Chapter 990. Wang Lin's gaze was calm as his right hand formed a seal and pointed at the compass below him. The compass suddenly rotated, and all the restrictions in the palace erupted toward the female corpse. The female corpse let out a scream. This scream was ear-piercing and contained a powerful impact. A large amount of restrictions collapsed. The female corpse's eyes were filled with anxiety, and she immediately retreated. Wang Lin's right eye flashed green once more. This time, the green light shield appeared and blocked the female corpse. There was a flash of green light, and a powerful rebound caused the female corpse to retreat. As Wang Lin pointed with his right hand, the restrictions quickly gathered and surrounded the female corpse. The female corpse let out a scream, and the chains on her bones shook. A large amount of black fog surrounded her body. The female corpse opened her mouth, and a pair of red scissors flew out. She mercilessly cut upward. There was a bang as the scissors cut. All the restrictions blocking the female corpse collapsed. The female corpse didn't hesitate to rush out of the black fog and charge upward. Seeing that she was about to break through the palace and escape, Wang Lin's expression was cold. With a thought, the ancient god furnace appeared around him. Change positions. As Wang Lin's calm voice echoed, the female corpse's body shined brightly. Just as she was about to touch the top of the palace, her body trembled and she suddenly disappeared. She switched positions with Wang Lin, who was sitting at the center of the compass. In an instant, Wang Lin appeared where the female corpse was, and the female corpse was standing at the center of the compass. At this moment, the compass began to rotate like crazy, and countless restrictions appeared around the female corpse. The surrounding restrictions closed in and surrounded her. The female corpse was caught off guard, and she was heavily injured to begin with, so her cultivation level dropped. Her body trembled, and a large amount of restrictions surrounded her. Her feet felt as if they were being sucked in by the compass, and she was unable to move under the countless restrictions. As she struggled, the female corpse continued to scream. Her voice was harsh and echoed in the surroundings. Wang Lin landed and stared at the struggling female corpse. His expression was cold as he raised his right hand and reached forward. The chains on the female corpse's shoulder blades were pulled out by Wang Lin. The female corpse's body trembled violently, and her screams immediately weakened. Her eyes were filled with hatred as she looked at Wang Lin. After the chains were pulled out, they turned into a black snake that opened its fangs and bit down on Wang Lin's right arm. Wang Lin didn't dodge at all and let the black snake bite down. With a bang, the black snake bit down on Wang Lin's arm. The fangs immediately collapsed, but it didn't injure Wang Lin's arm at all. The body of a 5-star ancient god of the royal kinsman was not something that a small black snake could break. Wang Lin squeezed with his right hand. The black snake trembled and shattered into pieces of chains. He didn't stop, and his right hand reached out again. This time, the female corpse let out a scream as the chains on her shoulder blades were pulled out by Wang Lin. With one squeeze, the chains were crushed. The female corpse's body trembled, and she sat on the ground. Wang Lin opened his mouth, and a strand of origin energy surrounded the compass. He sat down and formed a seal with his hands. The compass began to slowly rotate, and the restrictions entered the female corpse's body. Celestial Emperor Qing Lin's jade slip once had a technique called corpse guard. After killing the enemy, it would be refined with a variety of materials into a vicious corpse that would not feel any pain and could collapse to protect its master at any time. Although I can't find those extinct materials and can't refine a corpse guard, I can use the method to control the corpse guard. Wang Lin closed his eyes, and his hands continued to form seals before him. Sometimes he would send them into the female corpse's body. Time slowly passed. As the sun rose and set, more than half a month had passed. In the blink of an eye, Wang Lin had lived on planet Water Spirit for 3 months. During these 3 months, aside from comprehending on the peak, he was refining the female corpse inside the palace. The process of refining the female corpse was very complex and required great concentration. As a result, Wang Lin almost never left his room and would form seals every once in a while. At this moment, inside his palace, the 100-foot compass was still rotating. The female corpse was sitting on top of it, emitting bursts of silver light. There was a mark flashing between her eyebrows. Her expression was calm, and the resentment from before had disappeared without a trace. If an outsider saw this female corpse, it would be difficult to imagine her true identity. No matter how you looked at it, she was a beautiful female cultivator. While Wang Lin was cultivating on planet Water Spirit, a matter that wasn't too big or small happened on planet Tianyin. A powerful cultivator named Situ Nan became famous on planet Tianyin and became the palace master of the Pink Palace. However, his reputation wasn't very good. During these 3 months of time, almost all the female disciples of the small and medium sects were harassed by this person. He didn't use force. He only used his nirvana cleanser cultivation as a pretense of teaching them celestial spells. He also hinted that he could give them pills that could increase their cultivation levels. This allowed the Pink Palace to grow infinitely stronger. His days were filled with endless happiness. If he went out, he would be surrounded by thousands of female cultivators. This caused Situ Nan's reputation as a lecher to spread far and wide. However, he kept his word. All the female cultivators that entered the Pink Palace, because of him, were given pills and were taught celestial spells. If their sect pursued the matter, Situ Nan would immediately go and argue with them. In the end, those sects would have no choice but to welcome him with a smile. After all, Situ Nan was a nirvana cleanser cultivator. As a result, there were more and more female cultivators in the Pink Palace, and Situ Nan's name could be considered to have spread across the planet. It was unknown where he heard that the 3 Chan brothers had 2 female disciples that were extremely beautiful. One of them had a natural water spirit root, and the other was extremely cold. Situ Nan's heart began to itch. After pondering for a while, he took a large amount of female cultivators out of planet Tianyin. With someone leading the way, they headed for planet Water Spirit. They were all female cultivators wearing pink dresses. At the center of them was a giant, white jade bed that was hundreds of feet long. Situ Nan was lying on top of it with a large amount of female cultivators around him. He looked very happy. There were also hundreds of female cultivators accompanying him as he headed toward planet Water Spirit. Before Situ Nan stood a middle-aged man in blue. He was very handsome, and his eyes were filled with evil. At this moment, he bowed and said, "Senior Situ, Junior can guarantee that the 2 female cultivators on planet Water Spirit are both outstanding beauties. That Zhao Shui is especially beautiful, and that female cultivator named Ling Air has a natural water spirit root. She is a good cultivation furnace." C2 Nin was enjoying the service of the female cultivators around him. He laughed and nodded. "All right, if it's really as you say, I will reward you handsomely. Medicinal pellets, celestial techniques, you can choose whatever you want." The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with joy as he quickly thanked Situ Nan and said a lot of good things. This caused Situ Nan to laugh. The middle-aged man sneered in his heart and thought, "Zhao Shui, no matter how arrogant you are, now that Senior Situ is personally going, I want to see if you will obey or not. Also, that Ling Air, you won't be able to escape this time." Situ Nan's gaze swept past the middle-aged man. Although he looked happy, he knew what the middle-aged man was thinking. With Situ Nan's cunning, he could tell at a glance that this middle-aged man had a feud with the 2 female cultivators from planet Water Spirit. However, Situ Nan didn't care about any of this. Water spirit root is not bad. My brother is a piece of wood and probably hasn't had any women in these years. If these 2 girls are not bad, then even if I have to steal them, I'll steal them as a greeting gift. Water spirit root. Not bad, not bad. Situ Nan let out a mischievous smile. He felt a bit melancholy in his heart. During these few months on planet Tianyun, he had been searching for Wang Lin, but he hadn't found any clues. He wanted to explore the Tianyun sect, but there was a powerful aura around the Tianyun sect that seemed to be sealed. With Situ Nan's cultivation, it would be difficult for him to enter. This phenomenon shocked the cultivators on planet Tianyun, but they couldn't figure out what was going on. No one knew that this was an order from Tianyunzi before he went into closed-door cultivation to seal the Tianyun sect and activate the sect protection formation. Fortunately, there were too many disciples in the Tianyun sect, and some of them were outside. Some of the female cultivators were taken to the Pink Palace by Situ Nan to play. After asking around, he found out about the rumors about Wang Lin in the Demon Spirit Land. These rumors were not a secret, and Situ Nan had heard them before when he was at the entrance to planet Tianyun. Now that he confirmed it, he was extremely shocked, but he soon laughed and thought, "This is my brother. If he wants to do something, he must do something earth-shattering." After asking around, Situ Nan found out that several months ago, Wang Lin had returned to planet Tianyun. Situ Nan pondered a bit and analyzed the situation. He believed that since Wang Lin dared to come back, he had nothing to fear, so there was no problem with his safety. However, he was very curious as to why Wang Lin was so fearless. Could it be that this brat's cultivation level increased greatly? Situ Nan thought for a long time, but couldn't think of an answer. However, through his analysis, he knew that Wang Lin's purpose for coming back was the Demon Spirit Land. That's why Wang Lin wouldn't go far and would definitely appear in a short period of time. As a result, Situ Nan was no longer in a rush. He decided to have some fun and dispel some of the depression from planet Fengwan. On this day, with the middle-aged man leading the way, Situ Nan was surrounded by hundreds of female cultivators and saw planet Water Spirit in the distance. Hee, this old man is still righteous enough to come here to pick a concubine for little Lin. I wonder what expression he would have if he knew. Looking at planet Water Spirit, Situ Nan laughed. His sudden laugh caused all of the surrounding female cultivators, including the middle-aged man, to mistake him for Yin Xiao. The entire 9,000 words were sent to him. He wrote for an entire day. Chapter 991. Looking at the blue planet not far away, Situ Nan's divine sense spread out. His divine sense was like a storm as it closed in on planet Water Spirit and began to howl. Situ Nan's early-stage nirvana cleanser cultivation made his divine sense extremely sharp. Adding on his demonic domain, his divine sense also contained a fearless aura. As it swept by, the entire planet trembled. It was as if there was a giant pair of hands fiddling with the planet. The earth rumbled, and even the clouds in the sky changed colors due to the wind. The three Chun brothers were originally cultivating when they suddenly opened their eyes. Their eyes were gloomy, and they disappeared from their closed-door cultivation room. When they reappeared, they were in the air. However, this divine sense was too strong. The moment they reappeared, they were forced to retreat thousands of feet. They had to use all their strength to resist it to barely stabilize themselves. Big Head and Lei Ji also felt this powerful divine sense. Lei Ji's cultivation level wasn't high enough, so he coughed out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. However, he wasn't timid at all and revealed a gloomy expression. Big Head trembled as he endured the impact of his divine sense spreading out. He appeared next to Wang Lin and stared at the sky with Tashan to guard Wang Lin. As for the other juniors, their faces were all pale. Some coughed out blood and some fainted. Only a few people like Zhao Shui and Ling Er could withstand it with the treasures the three Chun brothers had given them. The extremely tyrannical divine sense swept by the palace Wang Lin was in. However, Wang Lin was refining the female corpse, and after all these days of refinement, he had reached the most critical moment. At this moment, Wang Lin was completely connected to the female corpse. Unless someone's cultivation level was much higher than his, they would only be able to sense the female corpse with their divine sense. After all, the female corpse was at the early stage of Nirvana Cleanser. The divine sense paused for a moment before sweeping by. In the distance, Master Hollow Wind's eyes shined brightly, and he frowned. The moment the divine sense swept by, his eyes lit up and his left hand formed a seal. Immediately, the vortex of divine sense swept out, emitted a long laugh, and then retracted. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll give you a chance. Hand over the woman with the water spirit root and the little girl named Zhao Shui. Otherwise, I really don't care about you two half-dead Nirvana Cleanser cultivators. The rough voice reverberated across planet Water Spirit and rumbled like thunder. In the blink of an eye, it had spread to every corner of planet Water Spirit. This voice contained a spell and contained Situ Nan's early-stage nirvana cleanser cultivation. With just one sentence, the three Chun brothers coughed out blood and retreated once more. Master I-Chen's expression was ferocious as he shouted, "Open the planet protection formation!" After he spoke, he slapped his bag of holding and a black token flew out. At the same time, Master I-Ching and Master I-Longzi didn't say a word. Their faces were pale as they each took out a black token. The three of them brought up their tokens almost at the same time. One of the tokens immediately shattered with a bang and turned into a black ripple that spread out in a frenzy. Almost in an instant, it enveloped the entire planet and enveloped it. Just as the first token shattered, the other two tokens also shattered. Two black ripples spread out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, 3 layers of black light surrounded planet Water Spirit, protecting it tightly. Master I-Chen's face was pale. He wasn't confident these 3 layers of light could stop the other party, but he didn't panic. He sneered in his heart, "With Brother Wang here, I want to see who dares to bully us." Io. Outside planet Water Spirit, Situ Nan saw the 3 layers of light and immediately laughed. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes. There were 2 early-stage nirvana cleanser cultivators on planet Water Spirit. He had already noticed this when his divine sense spread out. Not to mention the fact that the 2 nirvana cleanser cultivators were injured. Even if they weren't, Situ Nan wouldn't be afraid. He laughed and disappeared from the bed, surrounded by birds. When he reappeared, he was outside planet Water Spirit. It's good to resist. The more I resist, the more excited I get. Damn it. I'm here to find a concubine for my brother, not for myself. I'm standing on the side of justice. Situ Nan closed in on planet Water Spirit while laughing. His eyes revealed a strange light, and his right index finger pointed forward. Extinction. A whirlpool immediately appeared on Situ Nan's right hand. The whirlpool spun crazily, creating a sonic boom. Countless amounts of heaven and earth energy gathered and merged into the whirlpool in the blink of an eye, causing the whirlpool to spin even faster. In the end, the whirlpool didn't seem to be moving at all, but in reality, the speed of the whirlpool had reached an unimaginable level. Last time I went into closed-door cultivation, I specifically adjusted the Extinction, Devil, and Underworld fingers. In addition, I improved the last 3 fingers as well. A mere planet protection formation will be broken in just a few breaths of time. Situ Nan's eyes lit up and his right index finger mercilessly pointed forward. Suddenly, the vortex rumbled and quickly flew toward the formation of planet Water Spirit. It closed in almost an instant and directly collided with the first layer of black light. There was an earth-shattering boom as the vortex and the black light collided. Suddenly, a storm began to blow in all directions. Situ Nan's body didn't move at all, but the female cultivators behind him all had to retreat. As for the first ray of black light, it flickered violently and suddenly collapsed with a bang. Endless storms were pushed back and landed on the second layer of black light. Just at this instant, Situ Nan's right hand pointed forward without hesitation, and he shouted, "One finger to the heavens and earth, extinction." With that, an even larger vortex appeared with a bang. The power of the world in the surrounding galaxy instantly gathered towards it in a frenzy. It was as if the vortex had turned into a black hole that could absorb all the power in the galaxy. In an instant, the vortex had become 100 feet wide. As it rotated rapidly, there were arcs of lightning flashing inside, and popping sounds echoed. There was a flash of strange light in Situ Nan's eyes, and he shouted, "Extinction change." As soon as he said this, the sounds coming from the 100-foot vortex reached a peak. Even the arcs of lightning underwent a drastic change. However, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the power of the world contained within the vortex had undergone a shocking change in an instant. Nirvana cleanser cultivators could absorb origin energy into their spells, but they could only absorb it. After absorbing it, they could use it to attack, making it far more powerful than a Nirvana scryer cultivator. However, this method of using heaven and earth yuan qi could be said to be the lowest level method. It was very simple and only had two words. One was to absorb, and the other was to condense. However, if one had a thorough understanding of law, they could add the word change to these two words. The so-called change was a qualitative change. The powerful origin energy that had been absorbed would be compressed again and again to form a mysterious force that Nirvana Shatterer cultivators called the power of law. In truth, the Sunder Night spell that Wang Lin created belonged to this power of law. This kind of power of law rarely appeared in the hands of Nirvana Cleanser cultivators, let alone Nirvana Scryer cultivators. This was why Master Hollow Wind was so shocked. Situ Nan let out a roar, and the 100-foot vortex before him rapidly shrank until it was the size of a palm. In a flash, it flew toward the Planet Protection Formation. Break for this old man. Situ Nan walked forward with the vortex. The vortex was too fast, and it closed in on the vortex in an instant. The moment the second layer of black light touched the vortex, it flickered violently. In an instant, as the vortex rotated, it began to distort. Without any obstruction, it was directly absorbed by the vortex as it continued to distort. The vortex didn't stop and landed on the last layer of black light. The moment it touched the last layer of black light, the black light trembled and collapsed. The 3 layers of Planet Protection Formation collapsed just like that. The vortex charged toward Planet Water Spirit. Situ Nan laughed like crazy and shouted, "Today this old man is looking for a concubine for my brother. I'll kill anyone who dares to stop me." The moment Situ Nan and the vortex appeared above Planet Water Spirit, the 3 Chun brothers coughed out blood. The Sect Protection Formation was connected to their minds, so they had to retreat once more. Behind Situ Nan, the female cultivators of the Pink Palace quickly flew over. Bursts of fragrance filled the air, and anyone who smelled it would feel intoxicated. Behind Situ Nan, the middle-aged man leading the way was filled with excitement. He viciously stared at the 3 Chun brothers and roared in his heart, "Even you 3 old things have such a day." Master I Chen's expression was gloomy as he stared at the incoming Situ Nan and shouted, "Fellow cultivators, cultivation is amazing. I presume you're not a nobody." Situ Nan's eyes widened and he laughed. "I'm Situ Nan, fellow cultivator Situ. With your cultivation, why make things difficult for the 3 of us? Ling Er and Zhao Shui are only juniors, so please let me go. We, the 3 Chun brothers, will definitely compensate for this." Situ Nan looked at the 3 Chun brothers and shook his head. "I have a lot of women and a lot of cultivation furnaces, so I don't care about the 2 juniors you mentioned. However, my brother is still young. Let me calculate. He has only been alive for a few hundred years, so he is still very young. Don't worry, my brother is a genius, and those 2 juniors aren't something my brother would like. Stop talking nonsense. If you keep talking, I'll kill you and take them away. Senior, Zhao Shui can go with you, but please let my junior sister go." 2 long rainbows rushed over from the distant sky. They turned into 2 women. One of them was Zhao Shui. Beside her was Ling Er, who had a calm expression and did not show the slightest ripple. Situ Nan narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhao Shui. He secretly thought that the rumors were true. This girl named Zhao Shui was very beautiful and was a good concubine material. He then looked at Ling Er, who was next to Zhao Shui, and his eyes revealed a strange light. It really is a water spirit root. From beginning to end, Zhao Shui didn't even look at the middle-aged man next to Situ Nan. Her cold and arrogant expression was obvious. Situ Nan was too lazy to care about Zhao Shui's words. He waved his sleeves, and a strange gust of wind picked up Zhao Shui and Ling Er. He arrogantly said, "I'm taking them away." With that, he retreated and was about to leave. The eyes of the 3 Chun masters were bloodshot, especially Master I Chun. He felt like his heart was being torn apart. Although Ling Er was his junior, he saw her as his own daughter. What was happening in front of him was the same as watching a villain snatch his daughter away. He clenched his teeth and clasped his hands toward the direction of Wang Lin's palace. His voice was filled with grief and anger as he shouted, "Brother Wang, please help the old man this once." Unfortunately, Wang Lin's mind was completely immersed in refining the corpse. At this critical moment, his divine sense only stayed near the palace in case anything happened. Even if he noticed what was happening outside, he couldn't be distracted. Situ Nan was originally going to leave, but after hearing the words "Brother Wang," his body trembled and he stopped. His eyes revealed a strange light, and he muttered, "His surname is Wang. What is the name of this Brother Wang you speak of?" Situ Nan turned to look at Master Yi Chun, but just as he finished speaking, he shook his head and said, "Forget it. The old man will know once he sees him." As he spoke, he turned into a ray of light and charged toward the palace where Wang Lin was. If Situ Nan hadn't gone to Wang Lin's place, Master Hollow Wind wouldn't have appeared. He was already healing, so he wouldn't have acted for the Clipchamp brothers. However, now that Situ Nan was closing in on Wang Lin's palace, Master Hollow Wind hesitated for a bit, but he had no choice but to act. Cultivators at his level were very open-minded, but after interacting with Wang Lin a few times, Master Hollow Wind felt very regretful. Wang Lin didn't kill him twice. Although Wang Lin wanted to use him to gain something from the demon spirit realm, this was his fault, so there was nothing to resent. However, if he didn't act now, it would be a bit unreasonable. Master Hollow Wind's eyes lit up, and he gave up healing. When Situ Nan was less than 5 kilometers away from the palace where Wang Lin was, he appeared. Master Hollow Wind's expression was calm as he slowly said, "Fellow cultivator, since you have already snatched the person, it would be better for you to leave." Situ Nan's eyes narrowed, but his expression was filled with impatience as he shouted, "It would be fine if you weren't injured, but now that you are injured, you aren't qualified to stop me." As Situ Nan spoke, he raised his right hand and pointed with his finger. Underworld finger. As he pointed out his finger, the sky changed color and an extremely dense, deathly aura filled the air. The Yellow Springs finger, after being modified by Situ Nan, now possessed a considerable amount of power, borrowing the chance to enter the Yellow Springs to obtain a sliver of life force. The Yellow Springs finger contained a sliver of life force in the center of the dense death aura. As a result, it formed its own yin and yang. It formed a powerful finger filled with death aura and shot toward Master Hollow Wind. Master Hollow Wind's left hand formed a seal and slapped forward. Large amounts of origin energy gathered before him and collided with the underworld finger. There was a thunderous bang, and Master Hollow Wind's body was forced back several dozen feet. However, the underworld finger didn't dissipate at all and continued to chase after him. Situ Nan's eyes were filled with disdain, and he shouted, "Underworld finger, change." The moment he said this, a violent howl came from within the finger of Underworld Wind. It shrank rapidly, and a destructive presence spread out from it. Master Hollow Wind's expression changed greatly. He naturally saw how extraordinary this finger was and retreated once more without hesitation. Situ Nan ignored Master Hollow Wind and closed in on Wang Lin's palace. Tashan and Big Head were about to intercept him, but Situ Nan waved his sleeves and a storm appeared. Big Head was knocked back, but Tashan's body flickered and he unexpectedly withstood it. After all, his body was that of a celestial guard, so after he withstood it, he threw a punch. This punch created a sonic boom as it headed straight for Situ Nan. Situ Nan exclaimed as he carefully looked at Tashan. His right hand pointed forward and Tashan's body trembled as he was knocked back. Interesting. A Nirvana cleanser, a Nirvana scryer, and a puppet with such a body. I want to see a person named Wang that can make them protect him like this. Situ Nan laughed as he stepped within 1,000 feet of the palace. However, just as he stepped in, his expression became extremely strange. His mouth was wide open and his eyes were filled with disbelief. After all, what he felt with his divine sense and his original body was different. Just as Situ Nan was about to speak, there was a violent whistling sound coming from the palace. Many restrictions rushed out from the palace and filled the sky, heading straight for Situ Nan. Damn it! Situ Nan was about to retreat, but there were simply too many restrictions. They closed in like crazy, as if they wouldn't stop until they were sealed. Situ Nan smiled bitterly and stopped retreating. He stretched out his arms and waved them in front of him. A giant vortex appeared and rotated rapidly. The moment Situ Nan's arms moved to the side, the vortex turned into a ripple that spread out in a frenzy. All the restrictions that touched this ripple collapsed one by one. It only took a moment for all the restrictions to dissipate. Situ Nan was about to speak when his expression changed. A sharp female voice came from the palace. This voice pierced the heavens, and even Situ Nan had to take a few steps back. Just then, the door to the palace suddenly opened. A woman wearing a silver robe emerged in a flash of silver light and headed straight for Situ Nan. Situ Nan's eyes narrowed. As he retreated, he waved his right hand and a ring appeared. His right hand formed a seal, pointed forward, and shouted, "Celestial trapping finger." The ring of light emitted a purple light and a powerful yuan qi. Following Situ Nan's words, it flashed and headed straight for the female corpse. Under Situ Nan's finger, the ring of light dissipated. However, the next moment, it strangely reappeared around the woman's body, wrapped around her, and mercilessly shrunk. The rings suddenly turned from 1 to 2, then from 2 to 4. In the blink of an eye, it turned into countless rings that trapped the woman. However, this woman was not simple. She opened her mouth, and a pair of scissors flew out. The rings around her collapsed layer by layer. Taking advantage of this time, Situ Nan spat on the ground and bitterly smiled. "Damn it! What is this?" The flood broke the temple of the Dragon King. With that, he walked past the woman and headed straight for the palace. When he got close, his right hand formed a seal and pointed forward. He smiled and said, "Eat my one-finger mountain." As he pointed, the shadow of a giant mountain appeared behind Situ Nan. This mountain was so big that it seemed to connect the sky and the earth. However, in the blink of an eye, the mountain rapidly shrank and gathered at the tip of Situ Nan's finger. In the end, when all the mountains disappeared, the power of the one finger had reached its peak. It was as if the finger itself was a mountain that was charging forward. Inside the palace, there was a burst of happy laughter. At the same time, there was a howl that caused the earth to tremble. The two forces collided and created an unimaginable storm that spread out in all directions. It was as if the ground had been scraped open. The palace that Wang Lin was in suddenly collapsed, and all the pieces were pushed back. Situ Nan's body trembled, and his eyes revealed his shock. His body turned into a ray of light and retreated. Only after retreating 100 meters did the unbelievable power dissipate. Even so, his right hand was still trembling and numb. What kind of technique is this? With just the power of his body, he was able to break my mountain-shaking technique and force me to retreat. When did this brat become so strong? Situ Nan's eyes were filled with excitement as he let out a long laugh and leaped into the air. While in midair, he pointed up and laughed. "Just now, I only used the power of one mountain. I'll let you see the complete version of the mountain-moving finger. I spent a long time on that desolate planet before I perfected it." "Good." Wang Lin's laughter came from the ground. With one step, he walked out and stood in the air. As he looked at Situ Nan, there was a rare hint of excitement and affection in his eyes. Situ Nan revealed a smile, but the admiration and excitement that hadn't been seen in many years still appeared on his face. The two of them looked at each other in the air. Sometimes, between brothers, there was no need for too many words. Just a look was enough to bring back the memories of their many years of friendship. The scenes of Suzaku replayed in their hearts at the same time. Mountain-shaking technique. Situ Nan laughed as his right hand suddenly fell from above and pointed at Wang Lin. At this moment, all the mountains on planet Water Spirit trembled and mountain souls flew out. In an instant, illusions appeared behind Situ Nan. Countless mountain peaks appeared. There were hundreds and thousands of them, all of the mountain souls of planet Water Spirit had been condensed by Situ Nan. They appeared in the air like a mirage. They were extremely real. As he pointed his finger down, the mountain souls exuded a lingering aura of vicissitudes and gathered together. They turned into the power of the mountain shaking technique and charged at Wang Lin like crazy. This finger was the most powerful spell after the mountain souls of planet Water Spirit fused together. The power of the mountain shaking technique caused Wang Lin's eyes to reveal a strange light. He laughed as he raised his right hand and mercilessly clenched it. A thunderous rumble echoed across the world, as if Wang Lin had grabbed the entire sky. To be continued. Chapter 993. Clenching his right fist, Wang Lin stepped forward and threw a punch. A thunderous rumble echoed across the world. A giant ancient god arm appeared before Wang Lin. It was as if this punch was the roar of an ancient god. Rumble, rumble, rumble. An earth-shattering sound replaced all sound on planet Water Spirit. It was as if this sound had become eternal and echoed in everyone's ears. Situ Nan had gathered all the mountain souls on planet Water Spirit to form the mountain finger. It collided with Wang Lin's right fist, creating a powerful shockwave. As the shockwave spread, the ocean on planet Water Spirit began to churn violently. Situ Nan laughed as he retreated. His eyes were filled with admiration, and he laughed. They say that a scholar who hasn't seen for 3 days can be looked at in a new light. Wang Lin, we haven't met in hundreds of years. You really surprised me today. Wang Lin also retreated 1,000 feet and laughed. It looks like you have been in closed-door cultivation for hundreds of years. The two of them looked at each other and revealed happy smiles. It had been a long time since Wang Lin had been this happy. Being able to reunite with Situ Nan made his heart feel very warm. Situ Nan was the same. He was arrogant and didn't have many true friends. Even if he did, he had long lost contact with them. Wang Lin was a bit special in his heart. The two of them had experienced life and death together. Now that he saw Wang Lin's cultivation level increase to such a degree, he was very happy. Under Wang Lin's invitation, the two of them disappeared into the distance, leaving behind the confused crowd. In particular, the three Chin brothers were startled by this sudden turn of events and bitterly smiled after a long time. To be able to reach the Nirvana Scryer stage meant they were all very smart. They naturally realized that Situ Nan had said that he had stolen Zhao Shui and Ling Er for his brother. There was an 80% chance this brother was Wang Lin. Master Hollow Wind could only bitterly smile at this. He shook his head and looked at the woman in silver who had walked out from Situ Nan's spell. He felt some doubt in his heart. Everyone else dispersed. At this moment, Wang Lin and Situ Nan sat facing each other on the peak where Wang Lin comprehended Sundered Night on the first day of the month. As the mountain wind blew against their clothes, the two of them began to talk about their experiences over the past hundreds of years. Between the two of them was a white jade table with wine jugs and other things on it. These were all brought by Situ Nan. He drank a mouthful of wine and sighed. I didn't expect you to experience so many things after coming to planet Tianyun. If you had known earlier, you might as well have followed me to live happily as a prince. Wang Lin picked up the wine cup and took a sip. He shook his head and said, if it wasn't for all these things happening on planet Tianyun, I wouldn't have my current cultivation level. I heard about the battle between the Luo Tian and the Alliance on planet Fengwan, and I also heard about the Luo Tian's true thunder, Celestial Sumu. Ha! I didn't expect it to be you. Situ Nan revealed a smile that wasn't a smile as he put down the wine cup and smiled. Wang Lin's expression remained the same, and he smiled. It was just a coincidence. However, your cultivation level is a bit strange. You're clearly only at the mid-stage of Nirvana Scryer, but that punch of yours was enough to shock even me. Although Situ Nan was at the early stage of Nirvana Cleanser, his talent was simply too high. He had spent all these years in closed-door cultivation, so he could stand at the peak of his cultivation level. If he was forced into a corner, he could even battle a mid-stage Nirvana Cleanser cultivator, but the price would be heavy. The battle with Wang Lin was mainly a spar, but Situ Nin clearly felt that there was a shocking power hidden in Wang Lin. This power was so strong that even someone as arrogant as Situ Nin was shocked. The youth before him had completely lost his immaturity and become a real cultivator after more than 1,000 years. In a trance, Situ Nan seemed to see the simple child who picked up the bead after falling off the cliff. That youth's figure flickered and became the simple youth from the Hung Yu sect who didn't understand the cruelty of the cultivation world. The youth who had lost his parents and his body and was saved by Situ Nan. The youth who had slaughtered for hundreds of years and was like a devil. After turning into a mortal, he had found himself, comprehended the reincarnation domain, and gradually raised his head on the Siska. In the end, he had reached the peak and awakened Situ Nan. Situ Nan let out a sigh as he looked at Wang Lin. The scene of the two of them parting under the nebula appeared in his mind. One went to the Tianyin sect to learn martial arts, and the other went to Feng Wan to play in the human world. In a flash, hundreds of years had passed. Today, the two of them had reunited. Aside from the friendship that hadn't changed, everything else had changed too much. There was nothing more sad than this in life. Wang Lin also looked at Situ Nan, and memories of the past appeared in his mind. These memories were too long ago, but Wang Lin could not forget them. He could not forget the words he said while looking at the sky. I, Wang Lin, will not worship the heavens or the gods. I will only worship my parents and Situ. Situ Nan had helped him too much. If it wasn't for Situ, Wang Lin would have died back in Zhao and would not have achieved what he had today. If it wasn't for Situ with Wang Lin's talent, it would have been very difficult for him to go through the first step of cultivation: qi condensation, foundation establishment, core formation, and nascent soul. If it wasn't for this foundation, it would have been impossible for him to get this far. If it wasn't for Situ's finger of death, demonic and underworld fingers, as well as the explanation of treasures and spells, it would have been very difficult for Wang Lin to gain a foothold on planet Tianyin. If it wasn't for Situ, Wang Lin's life force would have dissipated under the attack of the scattered devil in the demon spirit land. Without the finger of death, he would have already died. There was also the heaven-defying bead. If Situ Nan had any selfish intentions, he wouldn't have allowed Wang Lin to obtain such a mysterious treasure. Situ only wanted it because Wang Lin's origin soul had fused with the heaven-defying bead. If he took the heaven-defying bead, then Wang Lin would have died. I'll gift this to you. The memories of the past rushed into their minds. The two of them silently pondered on this peak. The mountain wind blew by, but it couldn't dissipate the emotions of their reunion. This feeling became stronger and stronger until it turned into a wisp of smoke that surrounded their hearts and became an eternal friendship. The two of them drank one cup after another as the mountain wind blew. After a moment of silence, they looked at each other and laughed. There was no need for too many words between true friends. A cup of wine and a laugh was all it took to get rid of the sadness and only leave behind happiness. A man could be without a lover, but he couldn't be without a true friend. Situ Nin didn't continue to ask about Wang Lin's strange cultivation and interrupted Wang Lin's words. He drank a cup of wine and laughed. There's no need to say so much between us. Just like when I suffer loss on planet Feng Wan, the first thing I thought of was you. At that time, you and I will slaughter our way back to planet Feng Wan. Wang Lin smiled and nodded. He didn't ask more and chatted with Situ Nan about the past as they drank cup after cup of wine. Before they knew it, it was already late at night. The bright moon hung in the sky and the moonlight shined down. Although it was cold, it was much quieter. Talking about life with a good friend on this quiet night made Wang Lin's mood very calm. He hadn't felt this warm in a long time. This kind of warmth came from meeting an old friend. It was as if he had returned to the time when he was on Suzuku, and he and Situ Nin depended on each other inside the heaven-defying bead. You could be considered famous in the all-heaven star system, and your life can be said to be very interesting. Poor me. Damn it, not long after I was happy on planet Feng Wan, I accidentally saw Feng Wan's women doing fake dragons and phoenixes. This wasn't a big deal. There are a lot of things like this in the cultivation world, so I didn't care. I just took a few glances and used my divine sense to carve it all down. Situnen took a big gulp of wine and said with a depressed expression, "You are famous in the all-heaven star system." Situnen took a big gulp of wine and said, "You said that I only did a few things to make them issue a kill order. They chased me day and night, forcing me to go into hiding. I couldn't even live in peace as a king. In the end, I was forced to change my closed-door cultivation location every once in a while. I lived like a mouse for a few hundred years. The cultivation planets I went to range from rich spiritual energy to abandoned planets with no spiritual energy at all. I stayed on almost all of them." Situnen was very angry. He picked up the wine jug and drank a few mouthfuls before putting it down. He said with hatred, "After I came out of closed-door cultivation, I killed my way to Planet Phone 1. However, there were too many of those women, and there were a few helpers they found. I suffered a big loss." When Situnen said this, his old face turned red. Wang Lin felt strange. He carefully looked at Situnen and suddenly frowned. He grabbed Situnen's right hand, and his divine sense moved. After a long time, Wang Lin's expression became even more strange. Situnen wryly smiled as he drank another mouthful of wine and said, "You saw through it?" Wang Lin pondered a bit. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes, and monstrous killing intent was ignited. He nodded and said, "What kind of poison is so powerful that you can't even force it out with your cultivation?" Situnen put down his cup and bitterly smiled. "I don't know where those asterisk cheese from Planet Phone 1 got their hands on this poison. I've searched through many books and finally found out that this poison is called the desire for immortality and desire for death. Damn it, I've really wanted to die during this period of time. This poison is a remnant of the celestial realm. Before the celestial realm collapsed, this poison was refined by countless celestials over hundreds of years. This poison has no effect on mortals, so it mainly targets celestials. After being poisoned, there is no way to force it out, because once the poison enters the body, it fuses with the soul and becomes indistinguishable. Its main poison is expressed in the 4 words, desire to die. 3 days of desire to die means that for 3 days, the poisoned person will be in a state of illusion at all times. This will exhaust all of the power of the soul. For the last 3 days, the person will be on the brink of death. On the 7th day, the person's soul will be completely destroyed. Although it takes 7 days to die from this poison, the moment the person is poisoned, they lose all of their cultivation. Then Wang Lin looked at Situnen. It was obvious that Situnen's cultivation hadn't been lost. Today was the 3rd watch, and this was the 1st watch. Chapter 994. Situnen wryly smiled and picked up the wine jug. He found that there was no wine left, so he took out a large jug and took a big gulp, allowing the wine to flow down the corner of his mouth. After putting down the wine jug, he let out a sigh and said, "Fortunately, I'm smart and thought of an extreme way to resist this poison. I used a female cultivation furnace to stimulate my body so that my cultivation wouldn't scatter and the poison would remain in my body. That's how I was able to drag it out until now." There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and he revealed a powerful killing intent. He looked up at the stars. His killing intent toward Planet Phone 1 that had harmed Situnen to this extent was monstrous. Wang Lin slowly asked, "Are there any Nirvana Shatterer cultivators on Planet Phone 1? Situnen shook his head and said, "There are no Nirvana Shatterer cultivators, at most mid-stage Nirvana Cleanser cultivators. There aren't even any late-stage or peak late-stage Nirvana Cleanser cultivators. However, there are a lot of Nirvana Cleanser cultivators on Planet Phone 1, including the helpers from outside. There are more than 10. Wang Lin revealed a sneer as he nodded and said, "This revenge must be taken, but compared to revenge, how to cure you is more important." Situnen's eyes lit up, and he said, "I also have a plan regarding this. According to my understanding, those women on Planet Phone 1 only have the poison, not the antidote. The real antidote should be in the celestial realm. We only need to wait for the rain celestial realm to open again, and perhaps we can find it." "Celestial realm?" This poison was refined by the rain, celestial realm? Wang Lin's expression changed, and he asked. Situ Nan nodded and said, according to the records I found, it was refined by the rain, celestial realm. Wang Lin pondered. He had the celestial pagoda that Zhou Yi had given him, and inside it was celestial lord Qing Shuang's corpse. Qing Shuang was the celestial lord of the rain, celestial realm. All the clues back then showed that the most powerful celestial emperor, Qing Lin, was in the most mysterious cave in the demon spirit land. This Qing Lin is Qing Shuang's father, so perhaps he has a way to revive her. Once Qing Shuang revives, it will not be difficult to break this poison. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he looked at Situ Nan and slowly said, perhaps there is no need to go to the rain celestial realm to find the antidote. At this moment, he told Situ Nan everything he saw in the demon spirit land and told him his own analysis. As Situ Nan listened, there was a mysterious light in his eyes. When Wang Lin finished speaking, he pondered for a bit and laughed. Sounds good, then I'll risk it. Even if there was no such thing, I'd still go with you to the demon spirit land. It looks like if I succeed, it will be killing two birds with one stone. As for Planet Phone One, they can't escape. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with murderous intent. His personality was that if people don't mess with him, he won't mess with them. But now, Feng Wanxing had caused C2 Nin to end up like this. This had touched Wang Lin's bottom line. He continued to drink and talk with Situ Nan on the peak until dawn. Situ Nin drank the last jug of wine in his bag and looked at Wang Lin for a long time. Then he let out a strange smile and said, I say, little Lin, could it be that you, a piece of wood, have been enlightened? Wang Lin was startled and subconsciously rubbed his nose. He didn't understand what Situ Nin meant. Don't pretend to be confused. If you say your purpose for coming to Planet Water Spirit isn't for those two girls, then I won't believe you. Situ Nin revealed a smile that wasn't a smile. I originally wanted to snatch those two girls away and make them your concubines, but I never thought you would be faster than me. You've already arrived on this water spirit star. As the saying goes, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. Although that's good, I still have to teach you a lesson. You're not young anymore, yet you're still playing a game of tag. If it were me, I would have directly taken them away. Then the rice will be cooked. Who cares if she's willing or not? Even if she's unwilling, she still has to be willing for this old man. Situ Nan snorted and said, when I was still the son of Rosefinch, how many times have I done this? If I like them, I'll just take them. Who would dare to say no? Wang Lin bitterly smiled. He understood Situ Nan too well. He didn't doubt what Situ Nan said. This person was indeed capable of doing it. After coughing a few times, Wang Lin shook his head and said, I don't have any other thoughts about those two juniors. It's just that one of them has some fate with me, but it's not fate as a Tao companion. At this point, Wang Lin's expression became a bit bleak. He thought of Li Muan inside the heaven-avoiding coffin and Lu Mei, who made him feel extremely complicated and even a hint of pain. Lu Mei shouldn't be dead. Wang Lin looked at the sky. This was something he had noticed ever since he returned to the Alliance star system. It was an intuition, a vague sense of the future he had gained after cultivating for more than 1,000 years and reaching the second step. Situ Nin naturally saw the deeply hidden sadness in Wang Lin's eyes and couldn't help but let out a sigh. He knew a bit about the matter between Wang Lin and Li Muan. It was because of this that he had spent a lot of effort to find a suitable female cultivator. His goal was to allow Wang Lin to walk out of his sadness. He didn't know that before Wang Lin's sadness could subside, Lu Mei had deeply stabbed him, causing irreparable pain in his heart. This pain was something he would never forget. Wang Lin's life was very sad when it came to love. Li Muan's departure made him understand how to cherish love. However, by the time he understood, the person he cherished was already gone. That kind of lonely life of looking at the stars in the sky, unless one had experienced it themselves, would be less than 1 in 100. The encounter with Lu Mei brought Wang Lin even more heart-wrenching pain. He used 100 years to resolve Wang Ping's resentment, but it couldn't erase the pain in Wang Lin's heart. Picking up the last jar of wine on the table, Wang Lin took a big gulp and put it down with a bang. He laughed and said, Situ Nan, back then you taught me that the cultivation world is extremely cruel. The weak are prey to the strong, and the slightest bit of carelessness can lead to death. If I want to live, I must learn to be ruthless and vicious. Only by making myself ruthless can I have the qualifications to survive. After 1,300 years of cultivation, I, Wang Lin, have learned to be ruthless, I have learned to kill, and I have learned to be alone. However, I have lost far too much. I lost my parents, I lost my clan, I lost my lover, I lost my child, I lost my happiness, I lost everything. Sometimes I ask myself, what is it that I, Wang Lin, am pursuing? Situ Nan was silent as he stared at Wang Lin. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. He had always been arrogant and domineering, but at this moment his heart was shaken by Wang Lin's words. When my parents died, I was filled with grief and indignation, but I was powerless to change anything. I could only turn my grief and indignation into a demonic flame that would explode one day. When Li Muan died, I was powerless to change the heavens. I was powerless to take her back from the cycle of reincarnation. I could only watch as she grew old and died. You don't know this, but Lu Mei and I accidentally became pregnant with my own flesh and blood. However, what she gave me was a resentful infant that had absorbed hundreds of years of resentment and hated its father. All of this happened because of my cultivation. If I didn't cultivate, even though I would have become dirt by now, all the sorrow in the world wouldn't have fallen on me. Wang Lin's face was filled with bitterness. He wouldn't tell anyone about these things. In this world, there is only one person who could make him talk about the pain he had endured for more than 1,000 years. That person was Situ. Only Situ, who had watched him walk the path of cultivation until he left planet Cisco, was the one who had watched him walk the path of cultivation. Situ then silently picked up the jar of wine and handed it to Wang Lin. Wang Lin accepted it, took another big gulp, and let out a laugh. A cultivator can't even get drunk when drinking wine. His laughter floated in the air, but it was filled with silent sorrow. If you want to get drunk, then I'll make you drunk. Situ then slapped his bag of holding and took out a purple jade wine bottle. He placed it on the table. This wine was brewed in the celestial realm, and there isn't much left. I found it by accident. Even though it can't increase your cultivation, drinking one drop will make you feel like a mortal. Situ then pushed the bottle forward. Wang Lin, with me here, you can get drunk just once. Wang Lin picked up the bottle and didn't even look at it. He placed it next to his mouth and took a big gulp. The moment the celestial wine entered his throat, a spicy feeling rose up and turned into a stream of energy that flowed from his abdomen to his entire body. Cultivation, cultivation. Situ, do you know what I heard when I took the remains of an old friend back to his hometown? Wang Lin took another gulp from the bottle. His eyes were filled with bitterness. The apricot tree blooms white flowers. Don't treat your daughter like a Taoist home. Last year, Lang Er came to the mountain. Next year, Lang Er's bones are cold. His daughter's cries accompany the dead, but she treats the coffin as her own. The apricot tree blooms white flowers. Children don't want to see a Taoist. If you ask me how old I am, I say I don't have a Taoist destiny. When the dog barks, the cat scratches, scares the Taoist back home. When this nursery rhyme came out of Wang Lin's mouth, it carried a hint of sadness, a hint of helplessness and enlightenment from cultivating for 1,300 years. When Situ Nan heard it, his hand trembled. 1,000 years of cultivation, countless life and death situations, in exchange for my current cultivation level. Is it all worth it? I don't dare to ask myself, I don't dare. I don't dare to think about the happiness I would have if I didn't cultivate the Tao. Because I have already stepped onto the path of cultivation. Once I step in, it is difficult to back out. There are too many things that make it impossible for people to back out. They can only continue on. If their hearts become timid, then they can no longer cultivate the Tao. Situ, I have a son you've never met before. His name is Wang Ping. I named him Wang Ping. The meaning of this name is to let him be safe and happy, never to cultivate the Tao, to accompany him for the rest of his life. This child has asked me 3 times why I don't let him cultivate the Tao. Well, because he can't cultivate the Tao, and because I don't want him to be like me. Wang Lin picked up the wine cup and drank it all in one gulp. His head began to spin. In his life, he had only ever felt this tipsy feeling when he secretly drank a mouthful of his father's aged yellow wine. What I pursue is something that no one can understand and no one can know. What I pursue is something that only I can understand. Wang Lin's body swayed. He was drunk. He suddenly realized that he was almost at 1,000 chapters. Chapter 995. Time quickly passed, and in the blink of an eye, Situ Nen had already lived on planet Water Spirit for 2 months. On this day, with the activation of the Heavenly Cloud Sex Formation, Tian Yunzi personally wrote several invitations. All the old monsters that were qualified to enter the Demon Spirit Land immediately received the invitations. In 10 days, open the East Demon Spirit Land and enter the Celestial Cave. There was only one line of words on the invitation, but it set off a violent storm for everyone that received the invitation. The matter of the Celestial Cave in the Demon Spirit Land was no longer a secret among these old monsters. Almost all of them knew a little about it, and some speculated that there was a celestial living inside the Celestial Cave. Most people suspected that this celestial was Celestial Emperor Qing Lin. However, this was only a suspicion, and there was no conclusive evidence to prove it. Nevertheless, the shock it brought to all the old monsters made their hearts, which had been silent for many years, pound violently and their blood boil. There were a large amount of celestial treasures and celestial spells inside the Celestial Cave. These were very attractive to the old monsters, but they weren't all of them. What really excited the old monsters was the possibility that there was a celestial inside. If this celestial was really the strongest person in the 4 celestial realms, Celestial Emperor Qing Lin, then they might be able to find the secret to entering the 3rd step. This was what tempted All-Seer and the other old monsters with great magical powers. After countless years of searching, a few of these old monsters knew a lot about the possible existence of Qing Lin inside the Celestial Cave. This Qing Lin didn't die during the collapse of the Celestial Realm, which showed how powerful his cultivation was. However, although he didn't die, he was seriously injured and had to find a place to cultivate. All the signs pointed to the fact that the cave in the depths of the Demon Spirit Land was the one Qing Lin chose. Entering the closed-door cultivation place of a former supreme celestial emperor of the Celestial Realm who had definitely reached the 3rd step, and this celestial emperor had yet to recover from his serious injuries. This was enough to excite these powerful cultivators. Moreover, after entering the Demon Spirit Land many times over the years, they were almost certain that the person inside the Celestial Cave hadn't recovered yet. After Tian Yunzi sent out the invitation, Ling Tianho came out from the depths of the earth. He also had ambitions for the Demon Spirit Land, so he had already contacted helpers. He sent out a jade and waited for his friends to come. In an instant, the number of cultivators within the celestial axis increased. Some cultivators came from other planets. A few of them were invited, but the rest came uninvited. It was impossible for outsiders not to know about this. However, the battle between the Luo Tian and the Alliance was getting more and more intense. The battle was getting more and more intense. Every day, there would be small battles, and sometimes there would be medium-sized battles. As a result, only a few powerful cultivators had come. Also, Tian Yunzi was of the Alliance, so those that wanted to take advantage of the chaos didn't dare to come. 10 days of time quickly passed. The entrance to the Demon Spirit Land was filled with cultivators a few days ago, and now there were even more people. Even the cultivators around planet Tian Yun rushed over. The Demon Spirit Land didn't open at a set time, so they all wanted to enter and take advantage of the opportunity to obtain some benefits. On the 10th day, Tian Yunzi arrived. He walked through the void by himself. The white-robed Tian Yunzi had a very calm expression, and his white hair fluttered as he walked. This made him look like a real celestial. In addition, there was a pitch-black trident under his feet. Every time the All-Seer took a step, he would step on the trident. Any cultivator who knew the All-Seer had heard that the All-Seer rarely used magic treasures in his life. He only used his countless celestial spells to shake the world. At this moment, when everyone's gazes gathered on the trident under Tian Yunzi's feet, their hearts trembled. However, no one talked about it. They all moved aside, allowing Tian Yunzi to walk into the sky above the demon spirit land. Below Tian Yunzi was the demon spirit land. The vortex was constantly rotating, but there was no suction force coming from it. This was the gate to the demon spirit land. The appearance of Tian Yunzi caused the surroundings to become quiet. Tian Yunzi's expression was neutral. It was impossible to tell if he was happy or angry. He calmly looked at the demon spirit land as if he was pondering. Shortly after, fluctuations of origin energy came from the distance. One by one, old monsters arrived. After Tian Yunzi was the old man sitting on the gourd when Wang Lin returned. Behind the old man were 9 other disciples. As the gourd floated through the air above the tide flow lake, the old man smiled and greeted the All-Seer. Tian Yunzi nodded with a smile, and the two of them didn't say much. After the old man, about 15 minutes later, clouds appeared in the starry sky. These clouds were formed by a spell, so it was not strange for them to appear in the starry sky. There was a beautiful middle-aged woman on the clouds, and behind her were 4 young women. It was the village-like woman who invited Wang Lin back then. As for the 4 young women, they were the 4 women from back then. One of them, a woman in pink, looked around as if she was looking for something. She was the person Ling Tianho suspected to be the brilliant Void Saintess. After that, a few more old monsters arrived. However, although they were all at the second step, most of them were at the Nirvana Scryer stage. After they arrived, they all spread out and talked among their friends. There were many cultivators that weren't from planet Tianyun. Some were in groups of 2 or 3, while others were by themselves. However, their gazes would occasionally look at the giant vortex in the Tideland. Not long after, a series of whistling sounds could be heard in the distance. Rays of golden light suddenly appeared and rapidly gathered in the sky above the Tidewater land. As the golden light moved, the entire star system seemed to be shrouded by it. Finally, when all the golden light condensed, it gave off a dazzling light. A person gradually walked out from this golden light. This person had long hair that moved without any wind. He was tall and burly, and as he stood there, he looked like a war celestial. He was about 40 years old, and his face was resolute. His eyes were like lightning, and just looking at them would cause one's mind to tremble. As he stood there, he gave off a sense of majesty. There were many people with high cultivation levels among the surrounding cultivators, but even they couldn't help but lower their heads when they saw this person's gaze. This person was wearing a purple robe, and there was a 3-eyed sable on his shoulder. The sable's gaze was like lightning, and it revealed an indifferent expression as it scanned the area. The moment the purple-robed middle-aged man appeared, Tian Yunzi raised his head and frowned slightly. The expression of the old man sitting on the gourd immediately became gloomy. The purple-robed middle-aged man faintly smiled and slowly said, "Fellow cultivator Tian Yunzi, long time no see. Today, I was invited here to catch up with fellow cultivator Tian Yunzi. Elder son is too polite." Tian Yunzi calmly looked at this person. The star-marked sable on the purple-robed man's shoulder looked around and would occasionally wipe its face with its paw. Not long after the purple-robed man appeared, sword chi surrounded the galaxy. Sword light flashed in the distance, as if there were tens of thousands of rays of sword chi filling the air. Within the rays of sword chi, a crimson Qilin stepped through the galaxy and charged toward this place. There was a skinny old man sitting on the Qilin. It was Sword Saint Ling Tianho. Before he arrived, his laughter could be heard. "Brother Sun is very fast." The old man was wondering if Brother Sun had come. The purple-robed man revealed a smile and said, "Since the Sword Saint invited me, I naturally had to come. Not only did I come, but that person also agreed to your invitation." Sword Saint Ling Tianho's eyes shined brightly, and there was a flash of ecstasy in his eyes. At this moment, a change occurred in the demon spirit land below the tide. The demon spirit land was divided into 9 countries. In these hundreds of years, a tribe called the Soul Refining Tribe had become a new force in the Sky Demon Country and Fire Demon Country. This tribe was filled with aggression. After devouring and merging with other tribes, it had become a very powerful force in the 2 countries. The number of tribesmen exceeded several million. Such a large tribe was something that even the soldiers of the 2 counties feared. But the strange thing was that despite the development of the tribe, the ancient demons didn't make a move. This was something that many people were puzzled about. What the soldiers of the demon spirit land dreaded the most was that almost every member of the Soul Refining Tribe had powerful spells. Whenever they took out a flag, countless soul fragments would fly out. When they fused, they would turn into spirit beasts that could devour all enemies. In particular, the leaders of the tribe had amazing spells. One of them was named Serene. After crazily collecting soul fragments, he had the power to fight against a commander-in-chief. There was also the tribe's head elder, Hua, who had 99 large flags. If he took them all out, hundreds of millions of soul fragments would appear and fill the sky. He was extremely powerful. Although the original inhabitants of the demon spirit land had different body structures than cultivators and their cultivation speed couldn't be compared, the Soul Refining Tribe's development was indeed a bit too fast. This kind of development meant that they had absorbed too many souls over the past hundreds of years. In fact, this was indeed the case. The Soul Refining Tribe had countless branches that covered almost all of the 9 countries of the demon spirit land. Every ancient battlefield, every war, and every tribe had been investigated by the Soul Refining Tribe over the past hundreds of years. Today, almost all of the Soul Refining Tribe members moved out. Millions of Soul Refining Tribe members held large flags and charged toward the Fire Demon Country. From a distance, the earth was covered in flags. It was a spectacular sight. The Fire Demon Country had no ancient demons and had been split apart over the past hundreds of years. It was originally occupied by the Sky Demon Country, but the Sky Demon Country suffered heavy losses and couldn't recover in a short period of time, so they could only give it up. This gave the Soul Refining Tribe a chance. After hundreds of years of fighting, the Soul Refining Tribe, led by Hua, Serene, and a few other leaders, began the war to seize the Fire Demon Country. In the middle of the army was a black stone statue that was being carried by a dozen or so people. When the members of the Necromancer tribe looked at the statue, their eyes filled with fanatical reverence. Over the hundreds of years that had passed, no one had forgotten about it. Even the new members of the Necromancer tribe would hear about the immortal legends about the person who had created the statue. This statue was carved with the soul of their Soul Refining Tribe. It was the king of their Soul Refining Tribe and their ancestor. Day after day, year after year, under the fanatical worship of millions of people, this stone statue seemed to possess a strange power, becoming smoother and rounder. The ancestor has left, but we firmly believe that the ancestor will return one day. The ancestor won't forget us. 9,400 words per chapter was a huge explosion. Chapter 996. Outside planet Tianyun, a large amount of cultivators surrounded the East Demon Tide Domain, waiting for the Tide Domain to begin. Ling Tianho was standing on a red Qilin. When he heard what the purple-robed man named Sun said, there was a flash of ecstasy in his eyes. However, he didn't ask too much. Instead, he took up a spot and looked at the vortex below. As no one else came, Ling Tianho frowned. He withdrew his gaze from the vortex and looked into the distance. Not only him, but even the old man sitting on the gourd frowned as he looked into the endless void as if he was waiting for something. Only Tian Yunzi's expression remained the same. There was no change at all as he quietly waited. Time slowly passed. The cultivators outside the East Demon Tide began to talk. Some of them were well-informed and knew a bit about what was going on, but most of them didn't know much. They were all confused as to what these powerful cultivators were waiting for. Just as the discussions were getting louder, Tian Yunzi suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance. There was a hint of intrigue in his eyes. "He's coming." A few breaths after Tian Yunzi noticed something, the purple-robed man, named Sun, also looked into the distance. He already knew everything from Ling Tianho, so he admired Wang Lin a bit. To be able to survive against the Tian Yunzi until now, he is definitely not weak. After the purple-robed man, named Sun, was Ling Tianho, the old man sitting on the gourd, the beautiful middle-aged woman, and the very ordinary-looking man in black that no cultivator dared to get within 1,000 feet of him. The four of them noticed at almost the same time and looked into the distance. After them were the remaining old monsters and a few cultivators. A strange sound came from the distance, and it was gradually noticed by all the cultivators. A moment later, a wave of exclamations came from the crowd. Anyone who saw what was happening in the distance was filled with shock. In the starry sky in front of them, there was a behemoth that was 1,000 feet tall. It stepped on the ground on all fours and sped towards them. A giant demon mount. Someone in the crowd immediately recognized the identity of this behemoth. This isn't an ordinary member of the giant demon clan. Look at the mark between his eyebrows. He's clearly a member of the royal family of the giant demon clan. There were many knowledgeable cultivators among the cultivators outside the tide zone, so someone immediately recognized Lei Ji's identity. A cultivator that can own a giant demon clan mount must be a powerful cultivator. I just don't know who this person is. This 1,000-foot giant demon clan mount clearly has its bloodline power. Just this giant demon clan member alone is already extremely powerful. The cultivator that can sit on it is not simple. Not necessarily. Perhaps this person has a close relationship with the giant demon clan. His cultivation level isn't too high. The surrounding cultivators began to discuss among themselves because of the appearance of the giant demon clan mount. It was as if a huge wave had been set off. As the giant demon clan mount got closer and closer, someone immediately saw the person on its back. With just a glance, they sucked in a breath of cold air. The first 4 people to appear on the back of the giant demon clan mount were 4 people. The 4 of them were all Nirvana Scryer cultivators, and 3 of them were very famous on planet Tianyin. The 3 Qin brothers. The 3 Qin brothers are all at the Nirvana Scryer stage. The 3 of them are inseparable and often attack together. Even late-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivators would have a headache against them. Why are the 3 of them on the back of the giant demon clan mount? Could it be that the giant demon clan mount belongs to the 3 of them? There is also the cultivator with the big head. He is very unfamiliar, but he is also at the Nirvana Scryer stage. For Nirvana Scryer cultivators, it has to be said that any one of them can set off a storm. They are existences that most cultivators look up to. There must be something mysterious about them appearing at the same time. When more and more cultivators saw the person on the back of the giant demon clan member, the sounds of discussion stopped and were replaced with shock. Even Ling Tianho and company were startled, and their eyes shined brightly. On Lei Ji's back was the 3 Qin brothers and Big Head. As Lei Ji closed in, an old man in red appeared before everyone's eyes. This person's body was huge, like a mountain of flesh. From afar, he gave off a shocking aura. His early-stage Nirvana cleanser cultivation spread out, causing the minds of those with lower cultivation levels to tremble. Master Hollow Wind. The name of this mountain of flesh old man, Master Hollow Wind, was very famous around planet Tianyin. The moment he appeared, he was naturally recognized by many people. This Master Hollow Wind has become Wang Lin's helper. The eyes of the old man, sitting on the gourd, lit up an undetectable amount. If it was just the 3 Qin brothers and the big head, he wouldn't consider them a threat, but Master Hollow Wind was completely different. Beside Master Hollow Wind was a woman with silver clothes. Her eyes were filled with intelligence, and she gave off a very sharp aura. This aura was like a pair of scissors that could cut off all divine sense that extended toward her. Another early-stage Nirvana cleanser cultivator. The surrounding cultivators were in an uproar once more. If this was it, it wouldn't be a big deal, but not far behind the woman with silver clothes was Situ Nan's arrogant figure. He had a sneer that looked down on the world, and this shocked the surrounding cultivators once more. A third Nirvana cleanser cultivator. I know this person. This person is the Pink Palace's palace master, Situnan, who has become very famous on planet Tianyun. The beautiful middle-aged woman frowned slightly and revealed a look of disgust. Although she didn't live on planet Tianyun, she had heard of Situ Nan's notoriety. She didn't understand why a powerful Nirvana cleanser cultivator would be so despicable. Tian Yunzi's expression was calm as he looked at the people on the back of the giant demon clan's mount. No one could tell what he was thinking. The impact the three Nirvana cleanser cultivators brought to the surrounding people was simply too great. It was far more shocking than the four Nirvana scryer cultivators from before. Four Nirvana scryer cultivators and three Nirvana cleanser old monsters. Who is it that has such connections to make these 7 people help him? Lei Ji gradually slowed down, but even so, he was not far away. Wang Lin's figure slowly appeared before everyone. Wearing a snow-white robe, his long hair fluttered, his expression was cold, and his eyes contained the universe. Wang Lin calmly stood between the 3 Qin brothers, Big Head, Master Hollow Wind, the woman in silver, and Situnan. At this instant, the gazes of the surrounding cultivators gathered on him. The moment Wang Lin appeared, the star-marked sable on the shoulder of the purple-robed man suddenly raised its head. Its intelligent eyes revealed a strange light, and its body trembled. Just as it was about to charge out, Wang Lin casually smiled and clasped his hands at the purple-robed man. The purple-robed man revealed a smile and nodded. His mind was focused on the star-marked sable on his shoulder. He had raised the sable since it was young and loved it very much. The strangeness of the star-marked sable had caught his attention. However, at this moment, the star-marked sable had returned to normal and showed no signs of abnormality. This made the purple-robed man feel a bit strange. Under everyone's gazes, Wang Lin's expression didn't change at all. As Lei Ji closed in, he calmly clasped his hands at Tian Yunzi and company and faintly said, "Wang greets Tian Yunzi, Sword Saint, and the other seniors. I was delayed after receiving the invitation, so I'm a bit late." As Ling Tianho stared at Wang Lin, there was a hint of dread in the depths of his eyes. He could never forget that terrifying light. If it wasn't for the fact that he escaped fast enough and the fact that one of the 2 rays of light had absorbed enough origin energy, he wouldn't be able to stand here today. His attitude toward Wang Lin had changed. He didn't want to casually provoke him. At this moment, he revealed a smile and shook his head. "Wang Daoyu is too polite. There is no need to call me senior. Just call me Old Man Ling Tianho." After he spoke, an uproar was set off among the surrounding cultivators. Countless gazes of disbelief fell on Wang Lin. Who was Ling Tianho? He was a powerful cultivator whose reputation was at the peak of planet Tianyun, second only to Tian Yunzi. Aside from a few old monsters, no one had the status to be called fellow cultivator by him. At this moment, the words fellow cultivator from Ling Tianho caused the surrounding cultivators' hearts to tremble. Tian Yunzi looked at Wang Lin. His expression hadn't changed at all. It was as if nothing had happened a few months ago. He nodded and slowly said, "No problem." Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. He calmly clasped his hands at the old man sitting on the gourd and the beautiful middle-aged woman. Then he smiled at the indifferent man standing by himself 1,000 feet away and clasped his hands. The indifferent man in black also clasped his hands. His expression was still cold. "Everyone is here. Let's open the East Sea Tide." Tian Yunzi waved his sleeves, and a ray of 7-colored light appeared. The light turned into a token. This token was only the size of his palm, but it gave off a blinding light. Most of the surrounding cultivators were dazzled by the light as it flew toward the center of the vortex. This time, it wasn't the normal operation of the Tidewater Land. As a result, the terrifying suction force didn't spread out like it did in the past. Instead, the moment the token fell into the abyss, a vortex appeared in the reverse direction. This reverse vortex rapidly expanded and soon formed a black hole. The demonic aura that Wang Lin was familiar with slowly seeped out. Only after all 4 caves have been opened can the 5th cave be opened. The old man will go first and wait for everyone's good news. Tian Yunzi's body flickered as he turned into a ray of 7-colored light and charged toward the black hole with the trident. Wang Lin's gaze swept by the trident. He had already noticed this trident. The familiar feeling he felt made him immediately certain that this was the treasure 2C refined back then. Chapter 997. Back then, 2C was extremely satisfied with this magic treasure. However, this magic treasure did not have an artifact spirit. In order to make this magic treasure perfect, 2C threw it on a planet and turned it into 3 mountains. He wanted to use the entire planet's mountain soul to condense this magic treasure's soul. Originally, he was going to wait for the royal spell to form before taking the treasure, but he never came back. When he saw the trident enter the black hole with Tian Yunzi, there was a hint of melancholy in Wang Lin's eyes. This melancholy came from his memories of 2C. Ling Tianho and the purple-robed man both turned into rays of light and charged toward the black hole. However, the 2 of them immediately stopped. Just as Wang Lin was about to enter the black hole, he suddenly turned around and looked at the stars. Before him, the old man on the gourd, Situnan, and company were a step faster and looked into the distance. A ripple appeared in the distant starry sky. An old man instantly appeared, and with a single step, he arrived before Wang Lin. Ling Tianho and the purple-robed man, who were about to enter the black hole, immediately stopped. The purple-robed man revealed a rare expression of respect and bowed. Sunshan greets head elder. Although Sunshan was an elder, he wasn't a member of the Alliance's group of elders. The respect on his face came from the bottom of his heart and wasn't fake at all. It was obvious he respected the old man that had suddenly appeared. Junior greets head elder. Ling Tianho also revealed a respectful expression. With his personality, there weren't many people that could make him show respect. Wang Lin's pupil shrank. The spell the old man used was clearly one that merged with the world. This old man also gave off an aura that made Wang Lin's heart tremble. This aura was completely different from Tian Yunzi's. If Tian Yunzi was an unfathomable sea, then this old man was a giant mountain that pierced through the heavens. This powerful aura caused the expressions of the weaker cultivators to change greatly. Many of them coughed out blood and quickly retreated. Situnan's eyes lit up and he muttered, "Nirvana, shatter." He was silent for a moment. Then he sneered in his heart. The arrogant aura in his bones made his eyes shine. If I want to live well in the cultivation world, I must have a cultivation that can suppress the heavens. Nirvana Shatterer. I was too lazy before. The old man wore a golden robe, and his hair was half black and half white. He gave off an ancient aura. His expression was calm as he looked at Ling Tianho and revealed a smile of admiration. How long has it been since we last met? Ling Tianho revealed a look of reminiscence and respectfully said, "Junior no longer remembers. It has been far too long." The golden-robed elder sighed and said slowly, "Back then, you and Tian Yunzi qualified at the same time. The old man personally sent the 2 of you to the brilliant void Holy Land. Now, tens of thousands of years have passed. One of you has become an alliance elder. Even the old man is wary of you. The other's cultivation has also reached such a level." Ling Tianho silently pondered, but the reminiscence in his eyes became even stronger. "A few months ago, when I received your jade, I was wondering if I should come or not. I originally didn't want to come. After all, the battle with the Luo Tian was very tense, and the old man's senior brother, Master Zhongxian, couldn't be there. However, thinking about the matter between you and Tian Yunzi, I decided to come and end the past between the 2 of you." As the old man spoke, there was a hint of decisiveness and profoundness in his eyes. Ling Tianho's mind trembled. He raised his head to look at the old man and said, "Many thanks, Senior Master Void. Let's go." The old man has only heard of this demon spirit land and has never been here. Let's go in and take a look. The old man waved his sleeves and looked at the beautiful middle-aged woman in the distance. His gaze swept past the woman in pink beside her. His eyes revealed goodwill, and he directly walked into the black hole. Ling Tianho and the purple-robed man followed and stepped into the vortex. Wang Lin silently pondered for a bit before his eyes lit up, and he jumped into the vortex with Situnan. Master Hollow Wind and the woman in silver followed. The three Chin brothers and Big Head followed behind them. Lei Ji's body shrank to the size of a 10-foot-tall man and followed everyone into the vortex. The old man sitting on the gourd and the arrogant man in black also entered the black hole. As for the beautiful middle-aged woman, she hesitated a bit and looked at the woman in pink beside her. The woman in pink smiled like a blooming rose and softly said, "Aunt Xia, you can rest assured. I have the treasure eldest senior sister gave me, so I can protect myself in the demon spirit land. What's more, didn't second senior sister ask Master Void to come?" The beautiful middle-aged woman pondered a bit and nodded. Then she led the four women beside her into the black hole. Among the four of them, Qianqin's eyes revealed a complicated expression. When Wang Lin appeared, she had been watching him. Now that she thought about being with him in the demon spirit land, she let out a sigh and thought, "I wonder if he still remembers me." Behind them, a large amount of cultivators rushed into the black hole. However, there were too many cultivators, so only a portion of them entered. The black hole suddenly stopped rotating and changed from spinning in the opposite direction. In an instant, it disappeared without a trace. Some of the cultivators with half their bodies inside the black hole collapsed under this sudden change, and they let out miserable screams. As a result, the cultivators in the back immediately retreated. The black hole gave off a bloody aura as it disappeared. It was as if it closed the door and prevented anyone from entering. The surrounding cultivators slowly scattered with regret. There were some who were unwilling, but after waiting for a few days, they finally gave up and left. The East Demon Spirit Sea returned to normal once more. Inside the Demon Spirit Land, the fiery red sun hung high in the sky. Waves of heat were released by the wind and moved along the earth. The rotting corpses on the ground attracted many vulture-like demonic spirits to absorb the death aura from the corpses. This was only a corner of the Fire Demon Country. Looking at the entire Fire Demon Country, the corpses were like ladles. Under this heat wave, the rate of decay became even faster. As the wind blew by, the clothes on the countless corpses fluttered, revealing the blackened skin underneath. A great war spread across the Fire Demon Country. As the Soul Refining Tribe charged in, the already divided Fire Demon Country collapsed one by one. If they didn't surrender, they would die. Even further away, the capital of the Fire Demon Country, where one of the 9 ancient demon spirits resided, was now occupied by the last remaining force of the Fire Demon Country. This force was once the elite army of the Fire Demon Country and was called the Fire Demon Spirit Army. It was led by 2 demon commander-in-chiefs and 8 demon generals. After the defeat of the Fire Demon Country, the Fire Demon Spirit Army suffered heavy losses. However, compared to the other forces, they were the most powerful. They occupied the capital and maintained the legitimacy of the Fire Demon Country. At this moment, the army of the Soul Refining Tribe surrounded the Fire Demon Country. There were countless tribe members floating in the sky with several large flags around them. They formed an extremely dense, black fog that filled the sky. Bursts of sharp, ghostly cries came from the fog and swept across the land like a storm. The mournful cries of the souls became the only sound in the world. In the army of the Soul Refining Tribe, outside the main gate of the Fire Demon Country, there was a giant black stone statue being carried by several tribe members. The tribe members carrying the statue all had fanatical expressions. To be chosen from millions of tribe members to carry the ancestor statue was a great honor for them, a glory that would bring them a lifetime of glory. There was an old man floating in the sky. This old man's expression was filled with majesty, and he wore a black robe. There were dozens of large flags around him, forming a black whirlwind. Demon Commander-in-Chief Mu Yun, Jin Xie, now that things had come to this, Will the two of you surrender or not? The old man's voice was like a gust of cold wind blowing by. At the instant it spread out, the black whirlwind around him immediately let out a piercing howl that charged straight into the sky. If this was it, it wouldn't be a big deal, but the moment the old man spoke, the millions of soul-refining tribe members surrounding the fire demon country all roared. Surrender or not? Millions of people roared at the same time. This sound was indescribable, and it was as if the world was trembling. No thunder could compare to this. The remaining demon soldiers in the fire demon country felt a thunderous rumble in their ears. Some of them lost consciousness and began to bleed from their orifices. "Ouyang Hua, don't push me too far." An enraged voice came from the city walls. It was a burly man wearing armor that looked like a scorpion from afar. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with hatred. He leaped up, but he did not charge towards Ouyang Hua in the sky. Instead, he charged towards the black stone statue in the crowd. "Even if I die, I have to destroy this." This burly man was too fast. He turned into an afterimage and instantly arrived next to the stone statue. He raised his right hand and mercilessly smashed down. However, what was strange was that almost all the people of the soul-refining tribe looked at him with ridicule. Even Ouyang Hua sneered and didn't stop him. The moment the burly man's right hand smashed down, an extremely cold voice echoed in his ears. "Anyone who wants to hurt my lord's statue will die." What moved with the voice was an extremely ordinary-looking man. He was wearing black and gave off an extremely cold aura. If anyone was familiar with Wang Lin and saw this man, they would be surprised. This person's temperament was 60 to 70% similar to Wang Lin's. The man took a step forward and casually waved his right hand. He threw a punch, and countless souls rushed out from his body. They fused with the wind from the punch and formed a storm. With a bang, the storm collided with the burly man. The burly man coughed out a mouthful of blood, and the armor on his body shattered inch by inch. Popping sounds of bones breaking echoed from his body. The strongest person of the soul-refining tribe, San. The burly man bitterly smiled, and with a bang, his body exploded into pieces. He was already a dried-up oil lamp, and now that he received such a heavy blow, he immediately died. Ouyang Hua laughed as his right hand pointed at the capital of the fire demon country and shouted, "Soul, extinguish." After he spoke, the surrounding millions of tribe members all took out large flags. An unimaginable amount of soul fragments rushed out and covered the entire fire demon country. All of them gathered at the capital of the fire demon country. "Surrender." On the wall of the fire demon country's capital, a woman wearing green armor let out a sigh. At this moment, the fire demon country became the capital of the soul-refining tribe. The soul-refining tribe became one of the 9 major forces in the demon spirit land. That black statue would be placed where the ancient demon's spirit was. It would become the spiritual sustenance of the soul-refining tribe, just like the ancient demon from back then. Just as San raised his foot and was about to walk toward the capital, his body suddenly trembled violently. His cold expression suddenly collapsed and was replaced with excitement he hadn't felt in hundreds of years. As he trembled, he suddenly raised his head. "Ancestor has returned. Tomorrow, I'll attempt the 1,000 chapters of the celestial, defying immortal scripture. Tomorrow is also the last day of the double monthly votes. I won't say much, but fellow cultivators, please work hard." Chapter 1000. Wang Lin's return caused the soul-refining tribe in the fire demon country to go crazy. The fire demon country was removed from the country, and with one word from Wang Lin, it became the soul-refining sect. There were millions of disciples in the soul-refining sect. If all the souls inside the soul flags were added together, the number would be unimaginable. It was extremely shocking. It could even be said that the soul-refining sect would be a powerful force in a rank 7 cultivation country. Wang Lin looked at the sky and muttered, "Teacher Dun Tian, disciple has fulfilled the promise from back then." Although the millions of soul-refining sect disciples didn't have complete cultivation methods, When Wang Lin returned, he didn't hesitate to take out all of the soul-refining sect's cultivation methods. Of course, if Wang Lin needed to, he could take away the soul fragments in the end. As the soul-refining sect passed down a large amount of cultivation methods, everyone in the soul-refining tribe began to cultivate like crazy. In addition, Wang Lin hesitated for a bit before taking out the 9-cycle celestial refining art that the Heavenly Fate sect's Purple Division's 4th senior sister taught him. This became the first restriction of the soul refining sect. If the 9-cycle celestial refining art was cultivated to the extreme, the spiral energy produced would be very powerful. Although it had no effect on Wang Lin, it was like a celestial spell to the disciples of the soul refining sect. In addition, Wang Lin was very determined. He placed a large amount of restrictions inside the soul refining sect and entered the collection pavilion under the cover of countless soul fragments. The collection pavilion was sealed inside Wang Lin's body. If he wanted to enter, he only needed to think about it, and he didn't need to take it out. There was no need to truly take it out. In fact, from the time he had obtained the collection pavilion until now, he had only taken it out once. That time, before entering the demon spirit land, he placed a large amount of restrictions on planet water spirit before taking it out and activating it. All of this was to give Situ Nan a great fortune. Even now, Wang Lin still remembered Situ Nan's expression of disbelief when he saw the collection pavilion and realized its status in the celestial realm. This expression was extremely rare on Situ Nan's face. Situ Nan's eyes lit up even more. Even though it was nighttime, his eyes were as bright as the sun and the moon. There was no doubt how excited he was. Celestial arts were divided into low, medium, and high grades. There were even supreme grade celestial arts. But now a complete low-grade celestial art could cause a catastrophe. Most of them were incomplete celestial techniques. The forbidden techniques that were derived from these incomplete celestial techniques were naturally far inferior to true celestial techniques. Only powerful cultivators had the qualifications and strength to obtain a complete celestial art. However, a complete celestial art was too rare. Not to mention the complete mid-grade and high-grade celestial spells. They were definitely enough to drive all cultivators crazy. Even a Nirvana Shatterer cultivator would be shocked by this. If they knew that the last level of the collection pavilion contained Immortal Emperor by Fan's Immortal Art, they would also go crazy. After all, the collection pavilion contained most of the celestial spells from the Thunder Celestial Realm. What's more, aside from Immortal Emperor by Fan's Immortal Art, there was also the Celestial Lord's Immortal Art. For Nirvana Shatterer cultivators, this was a huge treasure. If even Nirvana Shatterer cultivators were like this, then there was no need to mention Nirvana Cleanser and Nirvana Scryer cultivators. That's why Wang Lin was extremely cautious about the collection pavilion. When it opened on planet Water Spirit, C2 Nan had obtained great benefits from the collection pavilion. His eyes were filled with ecstasy when he came out. This made Wang Lin understand that although C2 Nan's cultivation level hadn't changed, with his shocking talent and many celestial spells, he would be a terrifying force in the demon spirit land. During that opening, Wang Lin chose a mid-grade celestial art called Spirit Fusion. After he comprehended it, he used it to get the 3 Chun brothers to agree to enter the demon spirit land without any hesitation. At this moment, Wang Lin searched through the collection pavilion and took out a total of 4 low-grade celestial spells. The cultivation of the soul refining sect disciples was abnormal, so they had more than enough control over their souls. All of their cultivation was placed in a soul flag. That's why most of the celestial spells Wang Lin took out were related to the soul. Even so, celestial spells weren't something the disciples of the soul refining sect could cultivate directly. Wang Lin used the celestial spells as the foundation to split them into several restrictions before teaching them to the disciples one by one. As for Ouyang Hua, Wang Lin wasn't stingy. He took out a complete low-grade celestial spell called Soul Refining Celestial as a reward for Ouyang Hua's hundreds of years of cultivation. It wasn't that Wang Lin didn't want to give him a mid-grade celestial spell, but Ouyang Hua's cultivation level was too abnormal. If he used all 99 soul flags, he could battle against Ascendant, but without the soul flag, his cultivation would plummet. Giving him the soul refining celestial spell was already very difficult for Ouyang Hua to cultivate. After all, it was a complete celestial spell. As for Shi San, Wang Lin didn't hesitate at all. He first used the Celestial Cave Jade to go to the Celestial Cave and found Lei Ji among the people breaking the restrictions. He extracted enough blood from Lei Ji and immediately returned. He soaked Shi San in Lei Ji's royal blood, causing his body to undergo a drastic change in a short period of time. Although the pain was unbearable, Shi San clenched his teeth and endured it. In the end, Wang Lin hesitated a bit and his eyes lit up. He used some of his royal ancient god blood and pointed it between Shi San's eyebrows. At this instant, Shi San's body began to tremble violently. Even with his mental fortitude, he couldn't endure the pain that seemed to devour his body. After a series of changes, it could be said that Shi San, who had been reborn from pain, gave off the aura of a devil god. His body was powerful enough to fight against a late-stage ascendant cultivator, and he had unlimited potential. Just this alone wasn't enough. Wang Lin took out a large amount of treasures and melted them one by one. He used the method of refining celestial guards to fuse them into Shi San's body, but he didn't injure Shi San's soul. Shi San endured the unimaginable pain with his loyalty to Wang Lin. After being fused with countless treasures, his body reached the level of a silver celestial guard and could resist the attack of an illusory Yin cultivator. He also had a clear mind, which was completely different from a celestial guard. After all, Wang Lin wouldn't use Shi San to refine a celestial guard. Wang Lin had a lot of affection for Shi San. He had watched Shi San grow up, and in Wang Lin's heart, he had two disciples. The eldest disciple was Shi San. As for the second disciple, it was Xie Qing, who was far away in the Luo Tian. Wang Lin wouldn't be stingy with his own disciple, especially one who was so loyal to him. He chose a complete mid-quality celestial spell called the Celestial Soul Spell from the Collection Pavilion. He split into 3 steps and taught it to Shi San. As long as Shi San followed the prescribed order and completed the 3 steps, he could truly cultivate the Celestial Soul Spell. In addition to Shi San and Ouyang Hua, there were also some leaders. Under Wang Lin's instructions, they could all cultivate the restriction spell he had specially prepared for the soul refining sect. Wang Lin didn't participate too much in the soul refining sect and allowed it to develop. After teaching the spells, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding. He had obtained too many treasures over the years, so he took out a large number of flying swords and treasures to use as the soul refining sect's treasure pavilion. He told Ouyang Hua and the others to arrange the rewards for the disciples who had contributed to the soul refining sect. After doing all of this, Wang Lin completed his wish and entered alone. He didn't let anyone follow him and arrived before the black stone statue. This black stone statue had been moved to the valley behind the fire demon's palace. Wang Lin was no stranger to this valley. Back then, he came here alone and released ancient demon Bei Lu, allowing Bei Lu to successfully devour the fire demon spirit. The valley hadn't changed. It was the same as it was hundreds of years ago. Standing here, Wang Lin's vision became blurry. It was as if he had returned to hundreds of years ago. However, the place where the ancient demon spirit was stored had been replaced by a black stone statue, and this stone statue was himself. Looking at the stone statue, Wang Lin had the illusion that the stone statue was also looking at him. It was as if the stone statue had come to life. Why is it like this? Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He had asked Shi San about this stone statue and knew that it was just an ordinary stone. Shi San and the others had carved it into Wang Lin's appearance according to their memories. Originally, when it was first carved, only those who had seen Wang Lin could vaguely see some similarities. Outsiders wouldn't be able to recognize it at all. After all, Shi San and the others weren't skilled craftsmen. This stone statue was extremely rough, and Sher San and the others couldn't do anything about it. The reason they carved it was to keep the ancestor alive in their hearts. They wanted this stone statue to become a spiritual symbol of the soul-refining tribe, just like how the ancient demon spirit was in the demon spirit land. However, what was strange was that as time passed, as more and more people came to worship it, the stone statue gradually became smoother. What shocked Sher San and the others was that not only was the roughness of the stone statue gone, its appearance was also slowly changing. After hundreds of years of time, this stone statue had gone from only having a slight resemblance to Wang Lin to being almost exactly the same. Even the age of more than 1,000 years of cultivation could be seen on it. Sher San and Ouyang Hua were very confused about this. In the end, they could only attribute it to the ancestor showing himself. This stone statue aroused a rare curiosity in Wang Lin. He wasn't curious about many things in his life, but at this moment, he unknowingly wanted to figure it all out. After all, this stone statue was simply too strange. Wang Lin frowned and slowly walked up to the stone statue. He looked at the eye of the stone statue, and his expression immediately changed. The feeling that the stone statue was looking at him became extremely clear. The surroundings weren't quiet, and the joyful cheers of the soul-refining tribe could be heard. However, at this moment, Wang Lin felt like the world was completely silent, as if nothing existed. The only thing that remained was him and this stone statue. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He raised his right index finger and slowly pressed it down between the eyebrows of the statue. Chapter 1001. This was the first thought that appeared in Wang Lin's mind when he looked at the black statue. This thing is ominous. His right index finger was as fast as lightning as it shot toward the spot between the black statue's eyebrows. At this moment, the black statue's eyes released a flash of black light and unexpectedly formed a strange rune between its eyebrows. This rune released a black mist that contained a mysterious force that entered the rune. When Wang Lin's right hand landed, it immediately blocked before him. Wang Lin's right index finger touched the rune without any hesitation. A ripple immediately appeared at the point of contact. The moment the ripple appeared, the mysterious force that entered Wang Lin's origin soul seemed to awaken. It turned into black ink and instantly surrounded Wang Lin's origin soul. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. He had long felt that this black statue was strange. Now that he tested it, it was indeed as he expected. He let out a cold snort, and the ancient god leather armor on his origin soul released bursts of green light. At the same time, his ancient thunder dragon origin soul let out a muffled roar. As it roared, countless bolts of thunder appeared in the sky above the valley Wang Lin was in. It wasn't just a valley. At this moment, the entire sky above the fire demon country was filled with endless roars of thunder. This sudden change caused the people of the soul-refining tribe in the fire demon country to raise their heads in confusion. As the thunder echoed across the world, not only the fire demon country, but the surrounding countries were also covered in thunder. Countless bolts of thunder descended from the sky, giving off the might of thunder. In almost an instant, more than half of the demon spirit land was covered in thunder. This shocking change caused the natives of the demon spirit land to panic. Even the demon generals and demon commanders revealed fear in their eyes as they stared at the sky. They could vaguely sense that the lightning that filled the sky was not natural. It should have been caused by an ability. Although all of this sounds long, it only took a few breaths of time. As Wang Lin's ancient thunder dragon origin soul roared, the thunder that covered more than half of the demon spirit land moved like countless silver snakes toward the valley at the capital of the fire demon country. Thunder flashed and caused a heaven-shaking rumble. It was as if the heavens were angry and were sending down punishment on the valley. If one looked from above, they would see the countless bolts of thunder gather and enter Wang Lin's body. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As the bolts of thunder entered Wang Lin's body, Wang Lin's ancient thunder dragon origin soul roared. Large amounts of thunder moved through his origin soul as he began a life and death battle with the black ink. Although the black ink was tenacious, it was on the verge of collapse under the endless thunder. After all, not much of the mysterious force that formed the black ink had entered Wang Lin's origin soul. Due to Wang Lin's vigilance, the moment this mysterious force entered his origin soul, Wang Lin had immediately surrounded it with his origin soul. The black ink rapidly retreated until it condensed into a dot and was about to leave Wang Lin's origin soul. However, at this moment, the ancient god leather armor released a flash of green light that seemed to form a seal that completely blocked off all paths of retreat. The primordial thunder dragon Yuan's soul absorbed all of the thunder force in the world and turned it into an attack that landed on the black dot. The black dot immediately collapsed and dissipated. All of this happened within Wang Lin's body in an instant. Wang Lin's eyes became cold, and he mercilessly pointed with his right index finger. The rune that was blocking him from approaching collapsed and turned into a shockwave that scattered in all directions. This allowed Wang Lin's finger to finally press down between the eyebrows of the black statue. When Wang Lin's finger touched the statue, he didn't hesitate to send his peak mid-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivation into the statue like a flood. I want to see what exactly this is. When Wang Lin's cultivation and divine sense entered the statue, he felt a shockwave in his origin soul. What appeared before his divine sense was a strange place. This place was filled with white fog, making it look like a sea of fog. Wang Lin immediately recognized this white fog as the aura that the soul-refining tribe members had been worshipping for hundreds of years. As he let out a cold snort, Wang Lin's divine sense spread out and filled this strange place. His eyes narrowed, and his divine sense locked onto something ahead. His cultivation and divine sense fused to form an illusion of Wang Lin. With a step, he arrived at the place his divine sense had locked onto. This was the center of this place. If one were to connect to the statue outside, this would be the dantian of the statue. The fog before Wang Lin was even thicker, and he could vaguely see a blurry figure sitting there. Although this figure was blurry, Wang Lin immediately saw that this person looked exactly the same as him, aside from the two horns on his head. The moment he saw the two horns, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Ancient demon. The ancient demon that looked exactly like Wang Lin still had his eyes closed and was motionless. The white fog around him would occasionally split off and enter his body. Wang Lin's expression was a bit strange. Aside from the two horns, this ancient demon was almost exactly the same as him. Even the cold and arrogant aura was the same. There was even a hint of loneliness and sorrow from more than 1,000 years of cultivation. Even Wang Lin couldn't tell the difference. What the hell is going on? Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he stared at the ancient demon that looked exactly like him. After pondering a bit, he waved his right hand, and a strange wind blew away all the fog around the ancient demon. As he slowly walked closer, Wang Lin gradually understood some of the key points. The ancient gods could use their god slaves to absorb origin energy from the heavens and earth to make themselves stronger. Then the ancient demons that were also part of the ancient clan must have similar methods. It was obvious that the entire demon spirit land was a place where the ancient demons absorbed origin energy. According to what ancient demon Beilu said, he was split into 9 parts and formed the 9 demon spirit countries. Under the teachings of the ancient demon for tens of thousands of years, the people of the 9 counties gradually changed their bodies and learned spells, gradually forming the 9 counties of demon spirits. Every ancient demon spirit was a top existence in their country. They used the people of the demon spirit countries to absorb demonic energy to slowly heal themselves. Then, they would be able to break through their limits and devour other demon spirits. Finally, the 9 demon spirits would fuse into one and become a real ancient demon. When Wang Lin arrived and cooperated with ancient demon Beilu, it caused a heaven-shaking change that would normally take countless years to complete. With Wang Lin's help, Ancient demon Bei Lu left his demon country and successfully devoured one of the 9 demon spirits, the fire demon. Because of this, Bei Lu became the strongest out of the remaining 8 demons. He also had the ability to leave the county he was in if nothing unexpected happens. Once he digests the fire demon and completes the fusion, he will devour the other 7 demons one by one until he becomes a real ancient demon. Wang Lin didn't know if Bei Lu succeeded or not, but after seeing this ancient demon that looked exactly like him, he understood that Bei Lu didn't succeed completely. With Wang Lin's current 5-star Royal Ancient God cultivation, he naturally saw that this ancient demon that looked exactly like him wasn't complete. It was even weaker than one of the 9 demon spirits. To be more accurate, this ancient demon before him was only a remnant ancient demon spirit that also knows how to absorb demonic energy from the people of the demon spirit countries to heal. Wang Lin sneered. At this moment, he understood that the white aura coming from the heads of the soul refining tribe members that worshiped the statues was demonic energy. Everyone in the soul refining tribe was born in the demon spirit land. When he saw the ancient demon, Wang Lin understood some of the reasons. While pondering, Wang Lin took a step forward and arrived before the ancient demon that looked exactly like him. The ancient demon's eyes were still closed and showed no signs of awakening. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to raise his right hand and press down on the ancient demon's head. His divine sense entered the ancient demon's body and began searching its memories. He saw the blue sky in the cloud demon country of the demon spirit land. The originally sunny sky suddenly darkened and a storm gathered. As the clouds changed color, a blood-colored figure descended from the sky toward the royal 9-story cloud demon tower in the capital of the cloud demon country. A sharp scream came from the tower, and there was a hint of disbelief in the voice. The 9 spirits need to fuse once more. Only the rebirth of an ancient demon can complete the regret of the past. Cloud demon, you and I were originally one, but we have been separated for far too long. Today, we need to fuse once more. The name of the ancient demon will still belong to me, Bei Lu. As the demonic voice came from the blood shadow charged into the cloud demon tower at an extremely fast speed. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the world, causing all the people in the demon spirit land to panic. However, a moment later, the rumbles disappeared, but the price for this was the cloud demon tower collapsing. As the tower collapsed, a blurry demonic shadow flew out. However, it didn't get far before it was surrounded by a bloodlight. Eventually, it fused with the bloodlight and turned into Bei Lu. After so many years, one of the 9 spirits, the cloud demon, hasn't advanced an inch. What a waste. What a disgrace to the name of my ancient demon. Bei Lu let out a cold snort and disappeared. The cloud demon country collapsed, and no more demon spirits were left. However, on the 3rd day after Bei Lu left, an extremely weak shadow flew out from the ruins of the cloud demon tower in the capital of the cloud demon country. It was filled with hatred and confusion as it carefully flew into the distance. Chapter 1002. As long as I have another 100 years, I can complete the demonic splitting spell. Unfortunately, the amount of demonic sense I have is too little. My original body has been devoured, so this sliver of demonic sense is like a rootless tree that could dissipate at any moment. The cloud demon country has collapsed and the demon tower is gone. I can't stay here. I don't dare to casually enter the other demon countries to absorb demonic spiritual energy. This sliver of demonic sense cautiously flew into the distance. However, it was too weak right now and could be erased at any moment. As it flew in the sky, it was constantly consuming its weak demonic sense. In the end, it was almost about to collapse. Even its memories became blurry, and it was about to dissipate. Just as he was about to disappear into the world forever, he vaguely felt a wave of demonic energy permeating the ground. Below it was the soul refining tribe. At that time, there weren't many soul refining tribe members, only a few 100,000. Most of them were scattered to find places with souls, so there were less than a few tens of thousands of people left. These people had fanatical expressions as they worshipped a rough, black stone statue at the center. Waves of demonic spiritual energy came from their heads and filled the area. The sliver of demonic sense in the cloud, demon's memories, had become blurry, and it had lost too much of its demonic sense. Almost instinctively, it charged toward the black stone statue. The instant it fused with it, the stone statue seemed to gain sentience, as if it had come alive. Faint demonic aura immediately gathered around it. As time passed, the cloud demon gradually became silent inside the black statue. Too much of his memories had been lost during his escape, so his memories became blurry. This was not his original body, but a weak demonic sense. As the soul refining tribe members worshipped him day in and day out, most of the demonic spiritual energy they absorbed was filled with the figure of a person named Wang Lin. At the beginning, he had some resistance, but as the number of people in the Soul Link tribe increased to more than 1 million, and as they worshipped him every day, even he felt like his name was Wang Lin and that he was their ancestor. With this thought in mind, hundreds of years passed, and the number of people in the soul refining tribe reached millions. Day after day, year after year, he had completely abandoned the past and truly believed he was Wang Lin. As he was subtly changed, the statue's appearance also gradually changed until it became Wang Lin's appearance. He also became Wang Lin inside the statue. Wang Lin raised his right hand and looked at the ancient demon that looked exactly like him. The strangeness in his eyes became even stronger. Even he felt like what he had just seen was unbelievable. Combined with his speculation, Wang Lin had a detailed understanding of this matter. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He stared at the ancient demon and muttered to himself, "If I don't take this ancient demon that delivered himself to me, it would be too much of a pity. Now that even he thinks he is me, then I will make him my second avatar. My original body is an ancient god, my first avatar is a cultivator, and my second avatar is an ancient demon. If I have the chance, I wonder if I can create a third avatar, an ancient devil. Once I fuse them together, I wonder if I can return to my ancestry and become an ancient demon." Wang Lin's heart pounded as he looked at the ancient demon that had delivered himself to him. His body flickered, and he immediately left this place. His divine sense and cultivation returned to his body, and he opened his eyes to look at the black statue. The smile on Wang Lin's face became even wider. He took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged on the ground. His hands formed an incantation, and he placed them on his knees. He exhaled some nascent soul chi, which immediately surrounded the black stone statue. He sent out a series of seals that landed on the statue. If he wanted to make this his second avatar, he had to refine it until it was one with his mind. Not only would he be able to control it with just a thought, but he also had to make it so that it wouldn't reject his origin soul and could replace it with his origin soul. Although this sounded simple, it was actually very difficult. If he forced it, he could succeed, but it would only work on puppets that were much weaker than him. If they were weaker than him, then even if they became his avatar, it would be useless. However, if they weren't weaker than him, he couldn't force it. As a result, this became the first and most difficult choice to refine an avatar. Since he couldn't force it, he could only refine it day after day. It would take a lot of time to have a chance of success, but this kind of success still had flaws. There was still a chance that the avatar would betray him. However, this wasn't difficult for Wang Lin. This ancient demon had already considered itself to be Wang Lin, so he didn't even need to refine it much. The only thing he had to do was integrate his divine sense and let the ancient demon know who was the master and who was the subordinate. This wasn't difficult for Wang Lin. His cultivation was higher than the ancient demon, and his original body was an ancient god, so he wouldn't make a mistake. However, Wang Lin was a cautious person. In the remaining days of refining, not only did he integrate his divine sense into the ancient demon, he also left an imprint on it. In addition, he prepared a large amount of imprints. If the avatar betrayed him one day, Wang Lin only needed to use one thought to make it yield. If this was it, it wouldn't be Wang Lin's style. In addition to all of this, Wang Lin also used some of Celestial Emperor Qing Lin's puppet control spells on the second avatar. Only after he completely controlled the second avatar did he relax. Looking at the stone statue before him, he felt like they were in perfect harmony. Unfortunately, this second avatar doesn't have a physical body and exists completely inside the statue. It can't be separated for now, and even if it attacks, it can only use its demonic sense. Its power is very weak, only equal to late-stage Ascendant. However, this is still a sliver of demonic sense. If it has enough demonic energy, it will grow quickly and one day reach the level of an ancient demon. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He knew that this matter couldn't be rushed and had to be carried out slowly. After giving some instructions to the soul refining sect, Wang Lin didn't take the second avatar with him. Instead, he placed some powerful restrictions around the avatar and told the people of the soul refining sect to continue worshipping the avatar every day before leaving the soul refining sect. This second avatar is a seed. It won't be of much help to me now, but once it grows. There was a flash of anticipation in Wang Lin's eyes. Then his body flickered and he disappeared. The Sky Demon Country had experienced the war with the Fire Demon Country hundreds of years ago. Although they won, they suffered heavy casualties. Although hundreds of years had passed, the population of the Sky Demon Country was still much smaller than before. Even the most prosperous capital of the Sky Demon Country wasn't as lively as it was when Wang Lin first arrived hundreds of years ago, although it wasn't completely bleak. There were still shops on the streets, but there weren't many pedestrians. Occasionally, someone would stop and take a few glances before quickly leaving. Back then, there was a long river in Hong City. This river flowed downstream and connected with the river outside the capital, forming a cycle. At this moment, Wang Lin was quietly sitting on the side of the river and looking at the river. If there was a power that could reverse the flow of time hundreds of years ago, then he would find that he was sitting at the same place as before. Right now, the person was still the person from back then, and the place was still the same place. Even the river was still the same river, and the riverside was still the same. However, the scenery was the same, and there were no more flower boats on the river, and there were no more zither sounds. A hint of melancholy appeared in Wang Lin's heart as he looked at the empty river. The zither music from hundreds of years ago seemed to echo in his ears. However, this zither music was very weak. It was as if it would dissipate with the wind, and he could no longer hear it. Thinking back to the past, if it wasn't for that night of drinking with the Emperor, Wang Lin wouldn't have even met the blind woman who played the zither. Even now, Wang Lin only remembered the lonely figure of the woman who played the zither and the sad zither music. Sitting there and watching the sun set, Wang Lin was immersed in his memories. At this moment, he felt the passage of time. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of years had passed. It could wash away everything, but it couldn't wash away the eternal memories. Perhaps this is the sorrow of life. Wang Lin let out a sigh. It was because there were memories that there was time. If a person had no memories, then time would not exist. I wonder if the Mo Lehigh from back then is still here. Beside Wang Lin was a wine jug. The wine inside came from the same shop that had been passed down from generation to generation. Even today, the signboard was still the same, but this wine... Wang Lin picked it up and took a sip. Even the taste has changed. Wang Lin bitterly smiled and put down the wine jug. Of course it has changed. The descendants of the old man in the wine shop don't have the craftsmanship of their ancestors, so they can't recreate the taste of time. A calm voice came from behind Wang Lin, revealing a trace of exhaustion. Wang Lin didn't turn around. He sighed and said, "After not seeing you for hundreds of years, the Emperor is no longer as carefree as he was in the past." A long sigh came from behind Wang Lin. A middle-aged man in purple sat down beside Wang Lin. This man was extremely handsome, and one could faintly see his appearance from back then. But now, there were strands of white hair on his temples, and his face had aged. "Drink this and try it." The middle-aged man took out a wine jug and handed it to Wang Lin. Wang Lin took a sip and smiled, saying, "This is the wine from back then. I knew you would definitely come back, so I left a lot for another night of drinking with you." A wine jug appeared in the middle-aged man's hand. He drank more than half of it in one gulp, and his eyes lit up. He laughed and said, "Brother Wang, are you sad that the zither sound from back then are gone?" A wisp of zither music came from afar. It carried a trace of loneliness and sorrow as it lingered in the surroundings. In a moment, a large boat appeared on the river, moving up and down along the river with the sound of the water splashing up and down. At the bow of the boat sat a woman. Her back was facing Wang Lin as she played the zither. Chapter 1003. Wang Lin held the wine jug in his hand as he looked at the boat that was slowly moving along the river. The zither music entered his ears, and it was as if he had returned to hundreds of years ago. However, this zither music was only similar, but it didn't have the charm of the past. Even the person playing the zither wasn't the blind girl from before. After drinking a mouthful of wine, Wang Lin let out a sigh and said, "The Demon Emperor is very considerate." The middle-aged man didn't speak. The two of them sat by the river and silently drank wine. One jug, another jug. The sun set in the west, and the earth was shrouded in darkness. There was no moon tonight. There was only the sound of the zither lingering on the river and a few lights hanging on the boat that flickered in the wind. Time slowly passed. As the light from the east shrouded the earth and the darkness faded, there were empty jugs of wine beside Wang Lin. The middle-aged man looked at the wine jug and softly said, "Lord Bei Lu already knows of Brother Wang's arrival and sent me here to pass on a message to Brother Wang." Wang Lin's expression was calm. When the Demon Emperor arrived last night, he had already expected this. After all, the Demon Spirit Land was Bei Lu's world. Over the past hundreds of years, Bei Lu had continued to devour other demon spirits. Every time he devoured one, he became countless times stronger. Wang Lin drank the remaining half a jug of wine in his hand. As long as Brother Wang agrees to leave one spot for the fifth celestial cave, 4 of the 9 countries in the Demon Spirit Land will be a gift to the soul refining tribe. Also, it won't interfere with anything related to the soul refining tribe, including the remnant of the Cloud Demon's consciousness. The existence of the Black Stone statue could fool a lot of people, but it couldn't fool ancient demon Bei Lu. Wang Lin knew this very well. Bei Lu hadn't done anything in the past hundreds of years and allowed the soul refining tribe to develop. He also didn't take away the remnant of the Cloud Demon's consciousness. All of this was for today. Wang Lin looked into the distance and calmly said, "Okay." The middle-aged man stood up and cupped his fists towards Wang Lin. "Brother Wang, I have completed Lord Gu Yao's task, but I have another request. My Emperor's Sword Spirit was originally the daughter of a good friend of mine. Unfortunately, life is unpredictable and she couldn't escape death. She could only become my sword spirit and was trapped here for countless years, unable to leave the Demon Spirit Land. My only request is that Brother Wang can take this spirit and leave the Demon Spirit Land, so she can enter the reincarnation cycle or find some other fortune." The middle-aged man's expression was gloomy. He pointed at the air with his right hand, and immediately a sword energy came whistling from the direction of Yanjin. Within the sword energy was the Emperor's sword. Wang Lin was silent for a moment before he slowly said, "Why not find someone else?" The middle-aged man shook his head and calmly said, "Many cultivators have entered the Demon Spirit Land over the countless years, but aside from a few, I can't trust the rest. However, the few that I could trust missed out on because I was still able to protect the sword." Wang Lin let out a sigh. When the Emperor arrived last night, he noticed that there was a faint death aura around the Emperor's body. This person's lifespan was about to run out. Although people from the Demon Spirit Land had a longer lifespan than ordinary cultivators, it would still dissipate one day. If there were no accidents, the Emperor would die in less than half a century. Since they had known each other for a while, Wang Lin had no reason to refuse, so he nodded. The middle-aged man revealed a smile and revealed a carefree expression. He waved his right hand, and the Emperor's sword turned into a girl. The girl's eyes were filled with reluctance. If it wasn't for the fact that sword spirits had no tears, her eyes would have become hazy with tears. Be obedient and don't use the Rin surname anymore. The man looked at the girl lovingly. It was as if he wasn't looking at a sword spirit, but his own daughter. After letting out a sigh, the middle-aged man clasped his hands at Wang Lin and deeply bowed. Many thanks, Brother Wang. With that, he turned around and took a step forward. In just a few steps, he was far away, leaving behind only Wang Lin, who was holding the wine jug, and the girl filled with reluctance and sorrow. Let's go. Wang Lin drank all the wine inside the jug in one gulp and placed it on the side. Then he stood up and walked into the void. The girl looked at Yin Jin with eyes filled with farewell. She knew that she would never see the emperor who had treated her like a daughter again. The end of her lifespan couldn't be changed. While feeling sorrow, her body turned into green smoke and returned to the emperor's sword. She let out a sorrowful cry and followed behind Wang Lin. The emperor's sword was like a ray of silver light that followed behind Wang Lin. As Wang Lin moved forward, Wang Lin waved a sleeve and put the sword inside his bag of holding. Shortly after, his divine sense spread out and he activated the celestial cave jade. There was a flash of golden light, and he disappeared without a trace. In the fourth cave in the demon spirit land, with Situ, Nan in the lead, everyone was breaking restrictions. There were too many restrictions in this cave, and as they continued to break them, more celestial items appeared before them. With Situ, Nan, and company's cultivation, it wasn't difficult for them to break these restrictions. They were like a hot knife through butter as they made their way toward the center of the cave. However, at this point, the power of the restrictions had almost reached a peak. It was not something that could be broken with cultivation. Only by understanding the structure of the restrictions could one break them. At this moment, there was a flash of golden light on the platform outside the cave, and Wang Lin's figure appeared. He didn't stop and directly entered the cave. Along the way, he saw the remnants of restrictions that had been broken. Aside from the ones that had been broken by others in the past, most of them had been broken by Situ, Nan, and company. Not long after he moved forward, Wang Lin saw Situ, Nan, and company in the distance. The three Qin brothers were sitting in a lotus position with bursts of white gas around them. It was obvious that they had consumed a lot of their cultivation to break the restrictions, and they were recovering right now. Beside the three Qin brothers was Big Head. What Wang Lin didn't expect was that Big Head had some understanding of restrictions. He was leading Lei Ji to calculate how to break a restriction. Master Hollow Wind had also studied restrictions before, so he became the main force in breaking restrictions. As for Situ, Nan, and the woman in silver, they were responsible for dealing with the attacks and changes after the restriction was broken, just in case. Wang Lin's slow steps attracted everyone's attention. Situ, Nan had been here for a few days and had long since become impatient. Looking at the restrictions around him, he was dazzled. He didn't have much understanding of restrictions, but he believed that no matter how strong the restrictions were, as long as his cultivation was high enough, he would be able to break them. However, he was responsible for dealing with the sudden changes after the restriction was opened, so he couldn't leave. Otherwise, with his personality, he would have left long ago and broken the restrictions by himself. Seeing Wang Lin return, Situnan's eyes lit up and he laughed. You're finally back. I've been bored to death here. This cave isn't big, but it's not small either. We came straight here, so maybe there are treasures in other places. I'll go check them out first. With that, Situnan didn't wait for Wang Lin to reply and walked toward the bamboo forest. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the bamboo forest. With Situnan's cultivation, Wang Lin wasn't worried about any danger. Also, the two of them had found a way to temporarily suppress the poison in Situnan's body. At most, Situ-Nan would be trapped here, and Wang Lin would be able to save him later. Wang Lin didn't stop Situ-Nan. He arrived next to Master Hollow Wind and looked ahead. 100 steps ahead was a small river filled with celestial, spiritual energy. There was also a faint mist, and there was a stone bridge that connected the two sides of the river. This stone bridge was the only entrance. This place is very strange. We have been blocked here for 10 hours, and no matter how the old man calculates, he can't find any clues about the restrictions here. However, I have a feeling that if we break it by force, it will cause a series of unimaginable changes. Unless it is absolutely necessary, we can't force it open. Master Hollow Wind nodded at Wang Lin and gave a detailed explanation. He was worried that Wang Lin didn't understand restrictions and wanted to break it by force. Wang Lin's expression remained the same. His gaze fell on the stone bridge, and he didn't speak. This cave is in the shape of a circle. Right now, we are at the border between the inner and outer rings. After crossing this river, we will enter the inner ring of the cave. However, the restrictions here are too complicated, so I'm afraid we won't be able to pass through them in a short period of time. Big Head proposed an idea. Instead of using the stone bridge, we can break through the restrictions from the edge of the river. Master Hollow Wind glanced at Big Head, whose eyes flickered. Big Head would occasionally raise his hand to coordinate with Lei Ji and send a fist wind into the restriction. Master Hollow Wind's gaze fell on the river, and he frowned as he said, "The three Chun brothers have consumed too much energy and are recovering. According to fellow cultivator Situ's plan, once they recover, we will attack together and try to break through by force. However, I have my reservations about this method." In his view, this Wang Lin couldn't have cultivated for a long time. He even knew some things about Wang Lin. Cultivating for more than 1,000 years to reach his current cultivation level is already incredible. This Wang Lin probably doesn't know much about restrictions. After all, he doesn't have the time to master restrictions. It looks like I and Big Head will be the ones to break this cave. Master Hollow Wind sighed in his heart. He knew that his restrictions weren't very strong. The restrictions in the outer ring were fine, but from this point onward, he had lost control. Wang Lin looked at the stone bridge and couldn't help but frown. No wonder Master Hollow Wind was troubled by the restrictions here. It was just as he said. If they broke it by force, it would cause an unimaginable chain reaction. I'm afraid this is the first trial to enter the inner part of the Celestial Palace. The 100 steps ahead looked ordinary, but aside from what Master Hollow Wind had said, Wang Lin also saw some hidden killing intent. Everything here was different from the restrictions in the outer ring. Whether it is as I think it is, I still need to test it. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he slowly said, "Silver corpse." Not far behind him, the woman in silver's eyes narrowed. She moved forward and arrived next to Wang Lin. She looked at Wang Lin and waited for Wang Lin's order. Wang Lin didn't look at the woman in silver. His gaze was still on the stone bridge as he calmly said, "Enter 10 steps." Master Hollow Wind couldn't help but frown. In his view, this was the most unwise move. It was likely they would open the restriction. However, he looked at Wang Lin and didn't speak. He retreated a few steps and watched. Chapter 1004. At this moment, even the three Chan brothers opened their eyes and inhaled the celestial spiritual energy around them. Master Yi Chan frowned and clasped his hands. "Wang Daoyu, this matter is not appropriate." Although the old man doesn't know much about restrictions, he can see that there is killing intent hidden under the calmness. If we break it by force, we'll need to work together to have some confidence. "No problem." Wang Lin waved his hand and interrupted Master Yi Chen's words. His order was a mission for the woman in silver. At this moment, she didn't hesitate and stepped into the 100-step range. The moment her right foot landed, Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly, and he couldn't take his eyes off her. The woman in silver didn't stop. She immediately stepped forward and took 9 steps in a row. The instant the 10th step landed, ripples appeared out of nowhere within the 100 steps. As they spread out, a faint fog appeared and quickly spread out toward the woman in silver. In addition, in the eyes of all the spectators, the area 100 steps in front of them was distorted, as if there was a force tearing it apart. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he continued to calculate in his mind. He calmly said, "Spell, attack the left side and retreat." The woman in silver didn't hesitate, and her right hand shined. It turned into a seal and landed on the left side. There was a thunderous rumble, and the 100-foot range seemed to be swept by a gust of wind. The mist dissipated, and even the ripples disappeared. As the woman in silver retreated, she calmly returned to the 100-step range. This scene startled Master Hollow Wind, and his eyes shined brightly. Not only him, but the three Chin brothers were also startled. Their gazes toward Wang Lin became strange. Before they could think too much, Wang Lin stepped forward. His right foot touched the ground, and he jumped into the air. He landed where the woman in silver had taken her 10th step. Sure enough, as I expected, the restrictions in this 100-step range are very different from the restrictions in the outer area. This place is close to the river. Although there are countless changes in the restriction, there will only be two forms in the end. One is soil, and the other is water vapor. His eyes shined as he deduced, and restrictions flashed across his eyes. As he continued to calculate, all the restrictions within 100 steps appeared in his mind. Wang Lin's restriction techniques came from the land of the ancient god. Then, after more than 1,000 years of cultivation, he perfected them. Finally, in the Luo Tian star zone, he inherited the annihilation restriction and achieved great success. Although the restriction in front of him was strong, Wang Lin was no longer the same as before. Although his growth in restrictions was not as fast as his cultivation, it was still extremely rapid. This was especially so since Wang Lin knew that his talent had been lacking since he was young, but he had an astonishing ability to comprehend restrictions. This was something Wang Lin had noticed back in the land of the ancient god. After cultivating for so long, Wang Lin had seen through all of this. The talent needed to cultivate depended on one's sensitivity to spiritual energy. The more sensitive one was, the higher one's talent would be. However, this restriction had nothing to do with sensitivity to spiritual energy. It mainly depended on one's ability to calculate and deduce. This depended on one's wisdom. In terms of wisdom, not only was Wang Lin not lacking, but he was even better than others. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to reach this point after cultivating for more than 1,000 years. He stood at the 10th step and looked ahead. The restriction light in his eyes turned into a storm. As it flashed, everything before him changed. In Wang Lin's eyes, there was a total of 39,714 restrictions in this originally peaceful 100-step range. These restrictions weren't independent, but were all connected together, as if they were whole. Once they were activated, the entire body would be activated. If it was Wang Lin before he learned the annihilation restriction, he would have a headache right now and wouldn't have dared to take half a step forward. He would have needed to spend a lot of time deducing these 30,000 restrictions before he could break them. However, now that Wang Lin had mastered restrictions and inherited the annihilation restriction, he had obtained the heart restriction in the Luo Tian. This heart restriction was the peak of the annihilation restriction. Everything in the world, including restrictions in the world, could be contained in one's heart. Wherever one's heart moved, the restrictions would be endless. While deducing, Wang Lin stepped forward and took another 10 steps. In an instant, the restrictions within 100 steps were activated. It was like a stone had been thrown into a calm lake. Ripples spread out, and a heavenly might that even shocked Master Hollow Wind erupted. The celestial restriction is indeed ingenious. I just don't know how Tian Yunzi and Ling Tianho's celestial caves will be broken. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, but he didn't stop and calmly walked forward. A sandstorm appeared within 100 steps, as if the area had turned into a desert. The sandstorm formed an angry roar, and the black sandstorm formed a tornado that charged at Wang Lin. Outsiders couldn't see this scene, but Master Hollow Wind and the others were all powerful cultivators. They didn't need to see it with their naked eyes. They just needed to close their eyes and sweep with their divine sense to feel the shocking change and terrifying impact within 100 steps. Wang Lin's expression didn't change at all. As the black sandstorm closed in, his right hand formed a seal and a restriction appeared. The restriction flashed and the black tornado collapsed. However, this tornado was simply too large for Wang Lin, and it filled the world. Although it collapsed, it wasn't enough to affect the sandstorm. However, the location of the collapse was below the sandstorm, right before Wang Lin. As a result, as the sandstorm continued to collapse, Wang Lin directly walked through the sandstorm. This simple restriction was something Wang Lin had obtained after countless deductions. The time, position, location, and the power of the restriction were all calculated. If there was a slight error, it wouldn't be enough to cause a collapse that could penetrate a person. Although it looked simple, it wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Master Hollow Wind's eyes shined brightly as he stared at Wang Lin. He gasped, and his eyes were filled with horror. He couldn't believe that Wang Lin, who he didn't think had much knowledge and restrictions, had this kind of restriction ability. His calmness isn't fake, it's real calmness. I'm afraid he has deduced all the changes in the restriction. He isn't going to break it by force. He is going to break it with restriction. The three Chen brothers sucked in a breath of cold air. They looked at each other and felt even more respect for Wang Lin. After passing through the sandstorm, Wang Lin's speed suddenly increased. In a flash, he had crossed 90 steps and was only 10 steps away from the stone bridge. Just at this moment, the dust storm dissipated, but it was immediately replaced by water vapor and the sound of waves echoed. In Wang Lin's eyes, the area within 100 steps became a vast ocean. The raging waves crashed down on him. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. This was the moment he had been waiting for. The moment the raging waves appeared, Wang Lin's right hand slapped his bag of holding, and something appeared in his hand. This was the heart restriction compass that the inheritor of the annihilation restriction had to have. Holding the compass, Wang Lin stood tall and straight. His clothes and hair fluttered in the wind, making him look like a celestial. His left hand moved across the compass, causing crackling sounds to echo, and the compass began to rotate. Wang Lin's left hand almost became a shadow as it continued to move. His eyes shined as he walked through the raging waves. He didn't stop and took a step to the left. This step crossed several dozen feet, as if he was charging into the raging waves. However, the moment he closed in on the raging waves, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He threw the compass, and his hands formed a seal, causing a large amount of restrictions to appear. Break! With a shout from Wang Lin, the compass that flew out shined with a black light. The restrictions surrounded it, creating a rumbling impact that quickly spread out. In an instant, the raging waves collapsed. It was like a picture of the sea being torn apart inch by inch before Wang Lin and disappeared. The moment the waves disappeared, a sharp cry came from inside the celestial palace. It formed a sound wave that echoed inside the celestial palace. There really is someone controlling this restriction. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. When he first saw the restriction, he felt that something was wrong. From what he could see, the restrictions on the outer layer were all dead restrictions. There was no one controlling them, and all the changes happened according to the rules of the restrictions. However, the restrictions within 100 steps were different. He could vaguely sense that there was someone controlling them. In order to verify this, Wang Lin had the silver female corpse enter 10 steps. Through these 10 steps and the changes in the restrictions, Wang Lin was almost certain that his guess was correct. At this moment, he didn't hesitate to walk forward with the compass in his hand. He stepped onto the stone bridge and looked at the inside of the celestial palace. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he walked forward. A celestial cave was not simple. Wang Lin naturally understood this. I just don't know what is inside the celestial cave that is controlling the changes in the restrictions to prevent outsiders from entering. Behind Wang Lin, Master Hollow Wind's eyes were filled with admiration as he closed in with the three Chen brothers, Big Head, and company. Wang Lin stood on the stone bridge and carefully looked ahead. The inside of the celestial cave was like a garden filled with flowers. Although it was inside the celestial cave, the colorful flowers were enough to dazzle anyone who looked at them. There were 4 beautiful pavilions, and in the middle was a large palace with dragons and phoenixes carved on it. There were also some celestial beasts that Wang Lin had never seen before. This made the palace look like it was filled with celestial pressure. In addition to this, there were 10 golden statues outside the palace. These 10 golden statues were all wearing armor and looked like celestial soldiers. Black gold. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. These 10 golden statues were all made of black gold, and this black gold was one of the main materials recorded in Emperor Qing Lin's jade to increase the strength of a celestial guard's body. A frightening and imposing aura slowly spread from the depths of the pitch-black hall and spread in all directions. Chapter 1005. Master Hollow Wind looked at the depths of the 4 pavilions and slowly said, "The old man learned from Ling Tianho that there was a celestial soul guarding the celestial cave. Ling Tianho spent a lot of effort to kill the celestial soul and open a path to the celestial cave it occupied." Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he stepped forward without hesitation. He stepped off the stone bridge and entered the inner ring of the celestial cave. The moment he closed in, the endless sea of flowers before him suddenly moved. A strange fragrance wafted into the air and wafted toward him. This flower fragrance was very strong and contained a strange poison. Master Hollow Wind's eyes revealed a strange light. As the fragrance spread, he quickly said, "Rain poison fragrance." The old man once looked through some ancient records of the celestial realm. One of them talked about the rain celestial realm's poison attacks. It ranked the top 100 poisons in the world and had a simple introduction. There were 2 types of poisons that would naturally appear after planting a variety of flowers. One of them was the rain poison fragrance. Anyone who smelled it would have a hard time cultivating, and if they smelled it a few times, it could even destroy their cultivation. The expressions of the 3 Chan brothers changed slightly, but they didn't retreat. Although this poison was strong, they were still nirvana scryer cultivators, so they were prepared. Wang Lin looked at the swaying sea of flowers and calmly asked, "What about the second one?" "The second one." Master Hollow Wind's eyes revealed a hint of shock, and he said, "The rain poison fragrance is only ranked 9th in the sure sand position. The other poison is naturally formed by combining flowers. It is called the flower spirit, and it is ranked 49th. After withdrawing his gaze from the colorful flowers, Wang Lin casually waved his right hand, and a strange wind swept the area. However, Wang Lin was surprised. The flower poison didn't dissipate at all under this strange wind. It was as if it didn't have a body and was moving with the wind. Interesting. Wang Lin narrowed his eyes and did not retreat. Instead, when the fragrance of the flowers approached, he calmly said, "Silver corpse." After he spoke, the eyes of the woman in silver behind Wang Lin lit up. She stepped past the 3 Chan brothers and charged toward the fragrance of the flowers. When he was refining the silver corpse, Wang Lin already had a very good understanding of it. The corpse was not astonishing in its divine abilities. Even if it had a magic treasure, it was only the strange scissors in its primordial spirit. Her true strength was her poison. Back then, when the silver corpse was heavily injured and Wang Lin snatched it, there were quite a few cultivators who had the same idea. However, all of their cultivations were sucked away, and even their flesh and blood were devoured. They were reduced to skin and bones. Before this, Wang Lin had always thought that all of this was some kind of divine ability. It wasn't until he refined the female corpse that he realized that it was a type of poison. After studying it, he found that the silver corpse contained a shocking amount of poison. There were many types of poisons, and when they fused together, they could form a variety of terrifying poisons. As a result, the silver corpse had become a poison corpse in Wang Lin's eyes. Poison was the key to the silver corpse's divine ability. Combined with her early-stage nirvana cleanser cultivation, if it wasn't for the fact that Wang Lin had the body of an ancient god, he would have a headache dealing with this poison corpse. At that moment, the silver corpse moved and stepped into the fragrance of the flowers. This poison would greatly damage a cultivator's cultivation, and it could even kill a weaker cultivator. However, it had no effect on the silver corpse. The silver corpse opened its small mouth and inhaled deeply. Immediately, a vortex appeared in its mouth, and the surrounding flower fragrance and toxins began to stir chaotically, flowing into the silver corpse's mouth through the vortex. During this process, the shapeless flower fragrance actually took on a physical form. A large amount of smoke-like gas was emitted from the flowers and quickly floated into the air before quickly entering the silver corpse's mouth. The face of the silver corpse, which was originally snow white, gradually turned rosy. She looked no different from a living person. Wang Lin looked at all of this with a calm expression. His gaze wasn't on the silver corpse, but on the flowers. These flowers were very strange to him. He couldn't tell where this feeling came from, but it was the first feeling he had when he saw the flowers. Just at this moment, one of the flowers in the sea of flowers suddenly erupted with a thick layer of silk that surrounded it. Within the silk, a young girl suddenly appeared. This girl was completely naked and had no clothes on her body. Her eyes revealed a ghostly light, and she was sitting there with her arms around her knees, but her head was raised high. If it was just a shadow, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, the moment this girl appeared, all the flowers on the ground released thick smoke, and one girl after another appeared. The moment they appeared, Wang Lin clearly saw that there were skeletons buried under each flower that looked like a girl. Looking around, this was not a sea of flowers at all. It was clearly a burial ground. Flower spirits. Master Hollow Wind had a bitter expression as he looked at the girls with their arms around their knees and bitterly smiled. I didn't expect the inside of this celestial cave to have such a grand plan. Burying celestials to form spirits, then using the spirits to nourish the flowers and turn them into flower celestials. According to the records, wherever the flower spirits are, there may be flower celestials. And flower celestials aren't celestials. They're also a type of poison. However, this poison has intelligence and can take human form, so they are called flower celestials. They are ranked 10th. Master Hollow Wind slowly said. At this moment, the eyes of the girls hugging their knees shined brightly, and they all got up. It was as if they were being carried by clouds as they charged at the silver corpse in the sky. According to the records, these flower spirits are all girls selected from the mortal world. After consuming special medicine for many years, they have become medicine people. Bury them together in one place and use a special method to catalyze them. After a few years, they will become a sea of flowers. Once their spirits fuse together, there's a chance that they will become flower celestials. Back in the celestial realm, flower celestials were extremely precious poisons, and because of their appearance, they were loved by celestials. They were often bought to guard their caves or to entertain themselves. Master Hollow Wind was indeed worthy of being an old monster that had cultivated for countless years. His understanding of the celestial realm was very detailed. Although his voice was calm, the contents of his words were shocking. This was the first time the three Chin brothers had heard of this. Looking at the girls charging at the silver corpse, they couldn't help but silently ponder. The three of them weren't feeling pity. They were just shocked by the cruelty of the celestial realm. Even Big Head sucked in a breath of cold air and silently pondered. In comparison, although Wang Lin's expression was gloomy, he wasn't shocked. In truth, after learning Call the Wind, Summon the Rain, and Magic Arsenal, he knew that the celestial realm was not as peaceful as he imagined it to be. He wasn't like other cultivators who had endless longing for the celestial realm. From Celestial Emperor Bai Fan's spell, he could tell that Bai Fan was not a good person. The fact that he was able to become the Celestial Emperor and create such a demonic celestial spell was enough to explain the problem. Just as Blood God said, "What kind of celestial spell is this? This is clearly a demonic spell." Bai Fan was like this, and Qing Lin was the same. All of the puppet methods from the Jade were extremely tyrannical and refined people alive. Wang Lin had long understood all of this. There was no paradise where cultivation was. Even the celestial realm was the same. After hearing Master Hollow Wind's words, he looked at the girls with flower spirits. These girls had numb expressions, but there was a hint of resentment in their eyes. This resentment was deeply suppressed by the ghostly light and couldn't spread out at all. As a result, it gradually became denser over the years. At this moment, these girls surrounded the silver corpse. As the ghostly light flashed, a monstrous resentment erupted. This resentment was extremely shocking. The resentment formed an impact that charged at the silver corpse. From Wang Lin's point of view, the girls wrapped around the silver corpse and pulled at her body as if they wanted to assimilate her. However, the silver corpse was a corpse. At this moment, her eyes lit up and she opened her mouth to spit out white mist. The flower spirits that touched the mist all trembled and disappeared into the white mist. As the white mist spread out, it covered almost the entire celestial palace. As the flower spirits melted, the sea of flowers on the ground gradually withered. Right at this moment, a sharp howl resounded from the depths of the hall, and then the ground suddenly trembled. The 10 immortal soldiers outside the hall had moved. They turned into 10 rays of golden light and charged into the sky. They were obviously going to stop the silver corpse from absorbing. Without needing Wang Lin's order, there was a flash of coldness in Master Hollowwind's eyes. He waved his sleeves and stepped out. His mountain-like body charged forward and his hand left a seal. There was a thunderous bang, and 3 Shin Gold celestial soldiers were split apart and became Master Hollowwind's prey. The 3 Chan brothers charged out at the same time to deal with one each. As for Big Head, he sneered and shook his head. His already thin body became even thinner, and the little bit of flesh and blood gathered on his head, causing his head to almost double in size. The veins on his face swelled up and shot out from between his eyebrows. The veins wrapped around one of the black gold celestial soldiers and pulled it to his side. The cave immediately became chaotic. The silver corpse continued to absorb the white mist in the sky, while Master Hollowwind and company battled with the celestial soldiers on the ground. The celestial soldiers didn't know pain, and their bodies were terrifyingly hard. They would often wave their hands, and there would be flashes of golden light that contained spells. Almost every celestial soldier was no weaker than a peak corporeal yang cultivator. Adding on their terrifying bodies, they could battle nirvana, scryer, cultivators. Seeing 3 more celestial soldiers charge at the white mist, Master Yi Chun let out a cold snort and appeared before one of the celestial soldiers. He waved his sleeves, and the celestial soldier immediately retreated. Master Yi Chun continued to wave his sleeves as he battled 2 more celestial soldiers. Master Yi Long and Master Yi Xing had the same plan. Chapter 1006. After Master Yi Longzi temporarily stalled 2 of the celestial soldiers, Master Yi Xingzi charged at the celestial soldier, charging at the white fog. Before he even arrived, his hand formed a seal, and a giant hand grabbed one of the celestial soldiers. Then he pulled it into the battle with Master Yi Longzi. As a result, there was only one remaining celestial soldier. Just as the celestial soldier was about to charge into the white fog, there was a flash of coldness in Master Hollowwind's eyes. His right hand reached out, and the celestial soldier trembled. The celestial soldier was unexpectedly pulled over by Master Hollowwind to battle the 4 celestial soldiers. Although the 10 celestial soldiers were very strong, it wasn't difficult for Master Hollowwind and company to fight them. When Wang Lin saw this, he secretly thought that he was lucky. If he hadn't escaped from the demon spirit land and had insisted on breaking the restrictions in the celestial cave, he wouldn't have been able to resist the flower spirit or the celestial soldiers. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he walked toward the palace, surrounded by 4 pavilions. However, before he got close, a shocking change occurred. At this instant, the 4 pavilions became illusions before Wang Lin. They suddenly moved and turned into shadows. There were also bursts of powerful light coming from the shadows. The powerful light fused to form a tortoise shell that tightly protected the palace. From a distance, it looked like a giant tortoise shell covering the ground. At the same time, 4 strands of green smoke came out from the tortoise shell and turned into 4 green-robed old men. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he looked at the 4 old men. They were all souls, and their cultivation levels were between the early and mid-stage of Nirvana Scryer. These 4 old men all had the air of celestials. The moment they appeared, dense celestial spiritual energy spread out. One of them had flowing hair, and his eyes were like lightning as he stared at Wang Lin and shouted, "Lower realm lowly, you dare to break into the celestial cave? You've committed a capital offense." With that, he didn't give Wang Lin a chance to explain. He took a step forward and pointed up into the sky. Instantly, the immortal energy in the immortal's palace roared toward him, forming a cyclone in his hand. The cyclone collapsed with a point of the old man's finger, but as it collapsed, a roar came out. A beast charged out from the collapsed cyclone. The beast was covered in black hair. It was a gigantic ape, several dozen feet tall, and its arms extended past its knees. As soon as it appeared, it leaped toward Wang Lin to grab him. With a gloomy expression, the old man's body flickered, and he immediately turned into a ray of green light that pierced toward Wang Lin after the ape. The other 3 green-robed old men also moved. One of them raised his hand, and a sandstorm appeared. The sandstorm turned into a 1,000-foot-long black python that opened its mouth and attempted to devour Wang Lin. As the other person moved forward, he opened his arms and green smoke appeared around him. The celestial spiritual energy inside the celestial cave gathered and turned into a large eagle. It let out a roar and charged at Wang Lin like lightning. The last old man's eyes lit up. His hand formed a seal, and he shouted, "Celestial mountain attack." The moment the old man's words echoed, a thunderous rumble came from the top of the immortal's palace. A giant mountain appeared and mercilessly smashed down on Wang Lin. At this moment, the 4 old men attacked at the same time. With the combination of their celestial spells, they created a killing move. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. He didn't retreat, but charged forward. The moment the giant ape closed in, his right hand formed a fist and punched the air. There was a thunderous bang as Wang Lin's fist collided with the giant ape's chest. Popping sounds echoed, and the giant ape let out a miserable groan as it retreated. However, it only retreated 3 steps before its upper body collapsed. Wang Lin didn't stop and flew into the air. He raised his right hand, pointed down, and calmly said, "Wither Dao Pair." The moment he spoke, the Wither Dao Pair tattoo on the back of his right hand released a black light and flew out. It expanded in the air and turned into the skull of a fierce beast. As thick black gas filled the air, the eyes of the beast shined. At this instant, a shocking killing intent shrouded the area. There was a flash of ghostly light, and the giant eagle that was charging at Wang Lin stopped in the air. There was a flash of gray light, and it turned into a stone statue in an instant. At this moment, the black python closed in. It opened its mouth, and a powerful suction force came from it. There was a hint of a fishy smell as it tried to devour Wang Lin. Wang Lin revealed a cold expression as he retreated and slapped his bag of holding. He shouted, "3 9 swords?" Large, golden swords flew out and circled around Wang Lin. There were exactly 27 of them. The moment these 27 swords appeared, they rapidly intersected to form a sword net that shot toward the python. Rumble, 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 rumble. Rumble, 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 rumble. As the heaven-shaking sounds echoed, the giant python was surrounded by the 27 big swords and quickly pierced through it. It immediately let out miserable screams. All of this happened in a flash. At this moment, the sky above the celestial cave darkened. The giant mountain pierced through the white fog and smashed down on Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he spat out an item. This item was the 18 Hell Celestial Sealing Stamp. The moment the stamp appeared, it expanded infinitely and shot toward the giant mountain. There was a thunderous rumble as it collided with the mountain. Using this time, there was a flash of killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes. He raised his hand and shouted, "Call the wind." In an instant, the world changed colors, and a black wind that could destroy all life appeared from Wang Lin's hand. It swept across the world, and 4 black dragons appeared from the black wind. They let out roars and charged forward to devour the world. The expression of the old man that had turned into the giant ape changed greatly. He stared at the black dragons and exclaimed, "By Fan's spell." He didn't hesitate to retreat, but it was too late. One of the black dragons charged at him and devoured him. Aside from the old man that had used the mountain stamp, the other 2 old men couldn't escape the impact of the black dragons and were devoured in an instant. All of this happened too quickly. The remaining old man quickly retreated, his right foot stepping on the tortoise shell as he chanted a strange incantation. Immediately, the tortoise shell flickered with light and flowed into the old man's body like water. Seeing the old man's aura continue to rise, how could Wang Lin allow him to do as he wished? He pointed with his right hand and gloomily said, "Stop." At that moment, a hint of confusion appeared in the old man's eyes. He could clearly feel his body being entangled by countless invisible threads. In his daze, he mumbled, "Stop spell." A strange expression appeared on his face. Just as he was about to speak, the last roaring black dragon swept over and devoured him in one gulp. Wang Lin saw the strange expression on the old man's face, and his heart trembled. However, this was not the time to think. Wang Lin arrived next to the turtle shell and raised his right hand. The shadow of an ancient god arm appeared and mercilessly smashed down on the turtle shell with a roar. There was a thunderous rumble as if the cave was trembling. Cracks appeared on the ground, and the turtle shell flashed violently, but there were no signs of it collapsing. At this moment, Master Hollow Wind and the others had finished dealing with their celestial weapons. The white mist in the sky rapidly shrank, and the silver corpse walked out with a red face. After absorbing the flower spirits, there seemed to be a mysterious change to her body. Break this formation. With Wang Lin's order, Master Hollow Wind and company didn't hesitate. Their spells all landed on the tortoise shell. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the turtle shell flashed once more. The ground trembled, and the stone bridge in the distance began to collapse. However, the turtle shell was still intact, but it was a bit dimmer. Wang Lin frowned and was secretly shocked. The protection of this tortoise shell was beyond his imagination. Whether it was his ancient god punch or the spells of all the old monsters, none of them were able to cause the tortoise shell to collapse. I wonder if the celestial caves owned by the all-seer Ling Tianho and company also have such a tortoise shell. If so, how do they break it? Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he stared at the tortoise shell. He wasn't the only one who was shocked. Master Hollow Wind and the others were also shocked, and their gazes all fell on the turtle shell. Just as everyone's gazes gathered on the turtle shell began to flash on its own. There was a flash of light on the turtle shell, revealing the hall inside. The hall was completely dark, making it impossible to see what was inside. However, at this moment, there were bursts of footsteps coming from the depths of the hall. In this quiet cave, although the footsteps were weak, they were clear to the ears. These footsteps seemed to contain a mysterious force, and when they entered everyone's ears, they seemed to synchronize with their heartbeats. It was as if every step was stepping on their heartbeats. Master Hollow Wind's expression changed, and the origin energy inside his body surged. Only then was he able to separate the heartbeats from the footsteps. However, the three Chin brothers, Big Head Lei Ji, and company didn't have this kind of cultivation. As the footsteps closed in, their faces turned pale. Only the silver corpse's expression remained the same. She was a corpse with intelligence and didn't have a heartbeat, so she wasn't affected. Wang Lin's expression gradually became gloomy. His body was that of an ancient god, so he could withstand this kind of mental blow. The footsteps slowly closed in, as if someone was slowly walking out from the depths of the hall. As the footsteps closed in, the faces of the three Chan brothers became even more pale, and the veins on Big Head's face swelled up. Lei Ji's cultivation was the lowest, so his body trembled, and he had to retreat a few steps. However, he still couldn't bear it. His eyes bulged, and his body swelled until he was hundreds of feet tall. Only then did he have the strength to resist. At this moment, the footsteps seemed to have reached the entrance of the hall. At this moment, a white-robed figure appeared in the darkness of the hall. A gaze penetrated through the tortoise shell and landed on Wang Lin. A life-and-death crisis that hadn't appeared in a long time suddenly appeared in Wang Lin's body like a storm. This made his body break out in sweat. Only 3 monthly votes. I'm going to faint. I worked hard for an entire day, nearly 8 hours of writing. I didn't expect the monthly votes to be so pitiful. Chapter 1007. With Wang Lin's current cultivation level, he was far stronger than when he was weak. Now that his ancient god body had reached 5 stars, there weren't many situations that could make him feel danger. Unless someone was at the late stage of Nirvana Cleanser, it was impossible to make Wang Lin feel danger. However, from the moment the footsteps echoed to the moment the white figure appeared, the sense of danger Wang Lin felt reached a peak. It had been a while since Wang Lin felt his hair stand up. At this moment, his pupils shrank, and he subconsciously retreated a few steps. His right eye shined green as he stared at the white figure without blinking. A sigh came from the darkness of the temple. The white figure walked out and revealed itself before Wang Lin and Master Hollowwind. It was a woman that could be called peerless. This woman's hair draped over her shoulders. Her beauty was almost demonic. Even Liu Mei of the past, although her appearance was not bad, she lacked that indescribable feeling. It was as if this woman was a strange flower that bloomed between heaven and earth. She was born with the heavens and rested wherever she pleased. She only revealed half of her body. Her gaze swept past Wang Lin, then it swept past Master Hollowwind and company before retreating. However, just this gaze made Wang Lin feel like he had been hit by an invisible hammer. There was a bang in his head, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He quickly retreated several dozen feet, and his expression became gloomy. If Wang Lin was like this, then the others were even worse. Master Hollowwind's eyes suddenly opened and became bloodshot. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his mountain-like body rapidly shrank. In just a moment, he had shrunk by half. A large amount of origin energy entered his mind, and he retreated hundreds of feet. His face was pale as he stopped, and he exclaimed, "Flower celestial!" The 3 Qingdao masters were incapable of fighting back. Their gaze caused Master Yi Chunzi's eyes to go slack. Popping sounds could be heard coming from his chest, and blood oozed out of his mouth. His body swayed, and he almost fell out of the sky. The terror in his eyes reached its peak. As for Yi Xingzi and Yi Longzi, they felt as if their minds had been pierced by swords. Under the intense pain, blood sprayed out from all over their bodies, and their clothes immediately turned blood red. They descended from the sky and did not hesitate to sit down to meditate. Big Head and Lei Ji were the same. In particular, Lei Ji's large body couldn't withstand this kind of mental blow. He half knelt on the ground, and his face was ashen. Only the silver corpse's expression remained the same, but there was a flash of strangeness in her eyes. Just one gaze was so terrifying, and Wang Lin became even more wary of the celestial cave. The 4th celestial cave was only the outer layer, and it was already so dangerous. Once he opened it all, the final celestial cave would be filled with endless danger. Although Wang Lin had expected this kind of danger, he didn't think that just opening the outer cave would be so dangerous. The last cave would be filled with danger. Although Wang Lin had anticipated the danger, he didn't think that just opening the outer cave would be far from enough with just the strength of the people on their side. Seeing the white figure disappear into the darkness of the hall, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. With his intelligence, he naturally understood that the meaning of that gaze was a warning. It was warning them, especially Wang Lin, not to enter. If it was any other time, Wang Lin would have wisely chosen to avoid this kind of warning and mental blow. After all, what he was doing right now was trespassing into someone else's cave. However, this trip to the demon spirit land was something Wang Lin had to do. All of this was for Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi's life or death was unknown, so his biggest wish was to revive Qing Shuang, and the hope for this revival was Qing Shuang's father, Qing Lin. Wang Lin was still grateful to Zhou Yi, just like how he was grateful to Situ Nan. Situ Nan had brought Wang Lin onto the path of cultivation, and Zhou Yi had played a key role in Wang Lin's cultivation. If not for the Ascendant Crystal, the current Wang Lin would have already turned to bones and become the Yellow Earth. Moreover, although the poison in Situ Nan's body was temporarily suppressed, both of them knew that if the poison wasn't cured in a short period of time, the consequences would be very serious. It could be said that the hopes of Wang Lin's two most important benefactors, Situ Nan and Zhou Yi, were all in the demon spirit land. As a result, no matter how dangerous this place was, Wang Lin wouldn't choose to retreat. Even if he trespassed into someone else's cave and did something unjust, Wang Lin had no regrets. Who could say who was right and who was wrong in this world? For Wang Lin, he was right for Zhou, Yi, and Sidanan. However, for the white-robed figure inside the temple, anyone who trespassed into the cave was wrong. Since I've made my choice, I'll have to keep going. Wang Lin took a deep breath as he stood outside the tortoise shell. He slowly raised his right hand and reached at the void. A thunderous rumble echoed inside the cave as if a giant rift had been torn open. As the cold wind blew, rays of black light came out from the rift. It only took a moment for the black light to form an illusory lance in Wang Lin's right hand. Large amounts of black arcs of lightning filled the air, emitting crackling sounds that echoed in the quiet cave abode. There was an illusory, ancient god shadow behind Wang Lin. As Wang Lin grabbed the god-slaying spear, the ancient god shadow also reached out and popping sounds echoed. The god-slaying spear also appeared in the shadow's right hand. Powerful origin energy filled the entire cave. As Wang Lin took a deep breath and slowly raised the god-slaying spear, the gravel on the ground began to tremble and floated into the air. Not only the gravel, but even the water in the small river seemed to stop flowing and floated into the air. Even further away, dust rose into the air from the pavilion that was damaged by the attack on the tortoise shell. At this moment, the entire cave abode was filled with a strange atmosphere. "I don't want to hurt anyone," said Meng Hao calmly. The four soul bodies from before were merely remnants of the soul fragments. They weren't my true form. Even now, I just want to break open the turtle shell and open the passageway to the immortal's cave. Wang Lin's third eye slowly appeared. The 5 royal stars rotated rapidly, and ancient god power entered Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin's body suddenly moved, and his right hand moved with the god-slaying spear. A tearing sound echoed as the god-slaying spear moved. It was as if the void was being torn apart. Holding the god-slaying spear, Wang Lin moved like lightning toward the tortoise shell. The moment he closed in, Wang Lin flew into the air and shouted, "Master Hollow Wind, Silver Corpse, help me break the tortoise shell." Master Hollow Wind clenched his teeth, and his body trembled. His body, which had shrunk by more than half, rapidly shrank until he was the size of a normal person. Rays of golden light came from his body and formed a giant stone tablet. There were many runes on this stone tablet. Master Hollow Wind's hands formed a seal, and the stone tablet flew toward the tortoise shell. With a loud bang, the stone tablet landed on the tortoise shell, causing it to flicker endlessly. At the same time, the silver corpse closed in and spat out a mouthful of 5-colored smoke towards the tortoise shell. At the instant it got close, the 5-colored smoke immediately spread out and stuck to the tortoise shell as it melted. The tortoise shell flashed even more. At this moment, Wang Lin didn't hesitate to throw the god-slaying spear down. This god-slaying spear was like a mad dragon that let out a heaven-shaking roar as it charged at the tortoise shell. It was so fast that the moment Wang Lin threw it, the tip of the spear had already touched the tortoise shell. A circular ripple suddenly spread out from the tip of the god-slaying spear. As it swept through the area, a thunderous rumble echoed. At the same time, fine cracks appeared around the tip of the spear on the tortoise shell. The moment the cracks appeared, the 5-colored smoke entered the cracks, and with the collision of the golden stone tablet, the cracks on the tortoise shell became larger and larger until it completely collapsed. As it collapsed, the entire cave was bathed in bursts of light. The shattered tortoise shell shattered into pieces and scattered. The power of the god-slaying spear reached its peak in Wang Lin's hands. It broke through the tortoise shell and charged toward the hall below. Along with it was the 5-colored smoke. However, at this moment, the sense of crisis that made Wang Lin's hair stand on end appeared once more. This time it was even stronger than before. A pure white palm stretched out from the darkness of the hall and tapped the god exterminating spear lightly. Immediately, a myriad of purple and red flowers appeared out of thin air. There were too many of them. In the blink of an eye, they filled the surroundings and blocked the god exterminating spear. As for the five-colored smoke, it turned into a five-colored flower and floated motionlessly in the air. The figure in white walked out and raised her beautiful head. She coldly stared at Wang Lin and pointed with her jade-like hand. At this instant, Wang Lin's pupils shrank, and he spat out an item. This was the life-saving treasure Master Flamespark had given him, the Thunder Celestial Realm Fragment. There were some cracks on this fragment. They were caused by Tian Yunzi's spell. At this moment, the Celestial Realm Fragment immediately grew until it was more than 1,000 feet wide. It formed a shield-like defense. However, the moment the Celestial Realm Fragment appeared, countless flowers bloomed on it. These flowers were extremely beautiful and gave off a strange fragrance. I have already warned you. A soft but extremely cold voice echoed between the heavens and earth. As the voice echoed, the Celestial Realm Fragment, filled with flowers, exploded into pieces. Chapter 1008. As the Celestial Realm Fragment collapsed, a strange fragrance landed on Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin's body trembled as if he was hit by an unimaginable force. Popping sounds came from his body, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with horror as he quickly retreated. Who the hell is she? Could she really be the flower celestial that Master Halloween spoke of? Wang Lin's scalp went numb. He knew that it was fortunate that he had the body of an ancient god. Otherwise, if he was an ordinary cultivator, he would have died without a doubt. Despite this, the intense pain coming from his body shocked Wang Lin. The collapse of the Celestial Realm Fragment shocked Wang Lin even more. Although the Celestial Realm Fragment had cracks from Tian Yunzi's spell, it was still an extremely powerful defensive treasure. However, right now, it had collapsed in such a strange manner from the woman's finger. This caused Wang Lin to suck in a breath of cold air, and he quickly retreated. The woman in white took a few steps forward and coldly stared at Wang Lin. She raised her right hand again and gently pointed at the void. At this instant, a sense of crisis flooded Wang Lin like a tide. He felt pain in his chest, as if a sharp thorn was about to pierce through him. Wang Lin retreated once more, and ancient god power appeared between his eyebrows. Popping sounds came from his chest. The roots of a plant were broken by the ancient god power. The woman in white frowned and calmly said, "No wonder you dare to trespass into the cave. You do have some qualifications." As she spoke, she pointed to the side. Not far away, Master Halloween saw that the situation was bad and was about to run away. Flowers bloomed around him, and a strange fragrance wafted into his face. His face immediately turned pale. Master Halloween immediately sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate as fast as he could, trying to force the poison out of his body. The moment he sat down, the flowers around Master Halloween completely surrounded him. From afar, one could only see the endless sea of flowers and not Master Halloween's figure. The three Chun brothers, Big Head, and company were terrified. They wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The flowers surrounded them, and they didn't even have time to use spells before they were covered by the sea of flowers. As for the silver corpse, it was also covered by the sea of flowers and disappeared under the endless fragrance. Looking around, only Wang Lin was left in the sky. The woman's cold gaze fell on Wang Lin. Wang Lin immediately felt his heart tremble. His right eye lit up, and the azure light shield appeared before him. Popping sounds echoed. Flowers appeared out of nowhere. As the cyan light shield swept across, they immediately shattered and turned into countless pieces that scattered down. However, the strange fragrance spread out even more intensely. The woman in white frowned even more. She raised her right hand and took a flower hairpin from her hair. After looking at it, she threw it forward. A sharp scream that could penetrate one's body and destroy one's origin soul echoed across the cave. The hairpin flashed, and charged at Wang Lin. It was so fast that not even Wang Lin could see it. He could only feel popping sounds echoing around him as he retreated. Every popping sound represented the azure light shield's defense. As the popping sounds echoed, a sense of life and death crisis surrounded Wang Lin's body. He couldn't see through the woman's cultivation, but he felt like she was even more terrifying than Master Flame's park. The woman raised her right hand once more. A strange seal appeared in her hand, and she softly said, "Flower burial." The moment he spoke, countless flowers bloomed in the area where everyone's gazes could see. There were simply too many flowers, and as they filled the cave, it turned into a world of flowers. The moment the woman said flower burial, the endless flowers seemed to bloom to their extreme. The stamens rapidly withered, and the petals fell like rain. As the woman pointed, the countless petals gathered toward Wang Lin as if they wanted to drown him. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. It had been a long time since he felt like he could be destroyed if he wasn't careful. Without hesitation, his right hand formed a seal, pointed at the sky, and shouted, "Call the wind." Black wind immediately appeared in the sea of flowers and surrounded Wang Lin's right hand. The black wind turned into 4 black dragons that roared at the sea of flowers. Bursts of coldness immediately spread out. Wang Lin didn't stop. His right hand formed another seal, and he shouted, "Summon the rain." As the 4 black dragons roared, large amounts of rain fell from the sky. The rain turned into specks of crystal light that covered the surroundings. Wherever one looked, they would turn into drops of rain. Endless celestial, spiritual energy gathered from the cave and fused with the rain in the blink of an eye. After the summon the wind and summon the rain were used one after the other, they fused together. The power of summon the wind and summon the rain became even more powerful, and the black wind became even colder. As a result, the countless raindrops turned into ice crystals. Wang Lin stretched out his arms and pointed forward. The 4 black dragons roared, and the ice rain scattered, forming a storm that swept toward the woman in white. This was a moment of crisis. Wang Lin's eyes turned red, and his hands formed another seal. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Magic Arsenal." After he spoke, a ray of black light flew out from his mouth. It was the 18 Hell Celestial Sealing Stamp. The 18 layers of the Celestial Sealing Stamp shined brightly. Wang Lin waved his sleeve, and countless battle souls flew out. They filled the cave and charged at the woman in white along with the summon the wind and summon the rain. In particular, Magic Arsenal caused the sea of flowers to ripple under the endless soul fragments. This was the first time Wang Lin had used all 3 of Baifan's celestial spells at the same time. The power was unparalleled. As the black wind howled, the petals were pushed back and the ice crystals rapidly fell. Popping sounds continued to echo. The last spell, Magic Arsenal, turned into countless battle souls. Among them was the Blood Ancestor. These 3 spells fused together to create a storm that filled the world. Rumble, rumble. Bursts of heaven-shaking rumbles echoed. With the fusion of Baifan's 3 celestial spells, he forced a gap in the sea of flowers and closed in on the woman in white. Wang Lin took a step forward, and crackling sounds came from his body. His body suddenly grew from the size of a normal person to 1,000 feet. The azure light shield also appeared and became hundreds of feet tall. It rotated around Wang Lin's body. At this moment, the aura of a royal ancient god spread out without reservation. With a roar, Wang Lin merged with the storm. His right hand formed a fist, and he mercilessly threw a punch. With this punch, a gust of wind appeared, causing the storm to move even faster. It broke through everything and closed in on the woman in white. Inside the storm, 4 black dragons roared. Countless ice crystals rotated rapidly, and a large amount of battle souls appeared. The woman in white's expression changed slightly. She stared at Wang Lin's majestic body and softly said, "Ancient God." She raised her right hand. There was a flash of green light, and a strange ball of light appeared. The moment the ball of light appeared, Wang Lin, who had turned into an ancient god, felt a strong sense of danger. This sense of danger was several times stronger than before, and all of this was because of that ball of light. The woman in white's expression became even colder. She waved the ball of light in her hand, and it flew toward the storm. In an instant, it collided with the storm. There was no sound, but the scene before him caused Wang Lin's mind to tremble. The moment the ball of light collided with the storm, it immediately collapsed. However, its collapse caused a strange change. The storm formed by the three great spells seemed to devolve and quickly split into three spells again. But immediately, the three divine abilities devolved once more and disappeared in front of the woman in an instant. Even the battle souls that appeared from Magic Arsenal were pushed back and returned to the 18 levels of hell. All of this happened in an instant. This strange change caused Wang Lin's expression to change greatly. At this moment, his fist lost the storm and flew toward the woman in white. The woman in white's expression was calm and her eyes were cold. Another ball of light appeared in her right hand and she threw it at Wang Lin. Origin. Wang Lin could clearly feel that the ball of light contained a trace of origin energy. This was why the three great spells had lost their effect. If it touched him, even his ancient god body would collapse. At this moment of crisis, Wang Lin's third eye suddenly opened. The moment the ball of light closed in, the third eye released a blinding red light and opened. The power of the third eye was revealed. The instant he opened his third eye, the red light fanned out and enveloped the ball of light in front of him. Strands of origin power gathered in the red light of the third eye and quickly spread out. This was the first time Wang Lin had used the origin energy of the third eye to fight. Although it looked calm, it was actually extremely dangerous. The moment the red light appeared in Wang Lin's third eye, the woman in white's expression changed for the first time. The ball of light quickly dissipated under the red light. However, as it dissipated, the small amount of origin energy in Wang Lin's third eye also dissipated. It was as if the origin energy had disappeared. This process happened in the blink of an eye, but to Wang Lin, it felt like thousands of years. When the ball of light completely dissipated, Wang Lin's body suddenly retreated. The red light in his third eye dimmed and returned to his brow. The clothes on his back were soaked in cold sweat. As Wang Lin retreated, the woman in white didn't chase. Instead, her eyes were serious, and she said in a low voice, "Ancient God, by Fan's celestial spell, origin energy. Who are you?" Wang Lin was extremely afraid of this woman in white. However, he had to enter this cave. Hearing this, Wang Lin couldn't help but be moved. He remembered the strange expression on the old man's face when he saw the stop spell. Wang Lin rarely gambled in his life, but right now he had to gamble. If I fail, then I can only escape to find ancient Demon Bei Lu and have him break open this place. In short, I must enter this demon spirit celestial palace. Wang Lin clenched his teeth and pointed ahead. The stop spell instantly spread out. The moment the woman in white saw the stop spell, her expression immediately changed. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he slapped his bag of holding. A celestial jade pagoda appeared in his hand. The pagoda released a bright light, and Qing Shuang, who was like a sleeping corpse, appeared between Wang Lin and the woman in white. The woman in white immediately felt like she was struck by lightning. I'll make up for the words I owe from last month. I'll keep my promise. I'll also ask for recommendation votes. I'm about to reach the 1 million recommendation votes. Chapter 1009. The woman stared at Qing Shuang's body, and her body trembled. After a long time, she withdrew her gaze and closed her eyes. However, the trembling of her eyelashes couldn't hide the shock in her heart. Wang Lin's mind was also on edge as he stared at the change in the woman's expression. He was gambling that the woman knew the stop spell and knew Qing Shuang. Although this was the best time to sneak attack, Wang Lin didn't do it. The woman in white gave him a strong sense of danger. It could be said that after she revealed that sliver of source origin energy, Wang Lin's heart was filled with terror. Even Master Flamespark only had a sliver of source origin energy and couldn't fully display it. However, The woman in white had displayed source origin energy. This was something Wang Lin didn't dare to imagine. Facing such an enemy, sneak attacks were meaningless. The surroundings were completely silent, with no sound at all. There was only the faint fragrance of flowers and the petals that fell from the sky, covering the ground in a sea of flowers. The two of them silently pondered as time slowly passed. After one incense stick of time, the woman in white opened her eyes. She looked at Qing Shuang's body and opened her mouth as if she was about to speak. But at this moment, a loud bang suddenly came from the distance of the cave. In this quiet environment, this sudden sound was especially clear and ear-piercing. At the same time, curses came from a distance. Run? The treasures that I have my eyes on will not be able to escape. Situ Nan's overbearing voice echoed as a ray of white light closed in. There was a small bottle inside the white light. This bottle was completely white. From a distance, it looked like it was made of sheep fat. Situ Nan's body was covered in black gas as he chased after the small bottle. Seeing that the small bottle was getting faster and faster, Situ Nan let out a cold snort and his right hand formed a seal. Dense, black fog appeared before the small bottle. The black fog turned into an illusory beast that attempted to devour the small bottle. The small bottle's speed suddenly came to a halt. Just as the beast formed from the black fog was about to devour it, it shattered with a bang and turned into countless fragments. The fragments pierced through the beast's body with a sharp force and reappeared behind it. They immediately recovered to their original state, and their speed increased explosively as they flew forward. Situ Nan's eyes lit up. He let out a laugh and chased once more. As the person and the treasure chased, they quickly closed in on Wang Lin and the woman in white. Wang Lin's eyes lit up an almost undetectable amount. The white jade bottle was extremely fast and directly flew towards the white-clothed woman. The white-clothed woman frowned and waved her jade-like hand. Immediately, the white jade bottle lightly fell into her hand. However, at the instant the woman in white grabbed the small bottle, it suddenly shattered with a bang, turning into countless fragments that charged towards the woman in white. Situ Nan's body trembled, and he shouted, "Wang Lin, leave!" Wang Lin didn't hesitate. The moment the bottle fell into the woman in white's hand, he put away Qing Shuang and the tower and quickly retreated. Situ Nan's expression was ferocious as he retreated. His hand formed a seal, and he pressed down. He shouted, "Celestial spell, spatial crack." As his voice echoed, the space before him began to distort. A series of banging sounds suddenly rang out, almost connecting into one, turning into countless vortexes that appeared out of nowhere and headed straight for the woman in white. Using this opportunity, Situ Nin quickly retreated and charged toward the exit of the celestial cave with Wang Lin. The fragments of the white jade bottle flew toward the woman in white's face. However, the woman's eyes lit up and the fragments stopped in the air. She calmly walked forward. The countless vortexes formed by Situ Nan's celestial spell, spatial crack, arrived and strangely penetrated the woman in white's body. However, she didn't stop at all. The woman in white walked forward and slowly said, "You don't want to enter the cave." Although her voice was still cold, there was no killing intent. As he retreated, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He decisively stopped and stared at the woman in white. Situ Nin frowned and also stopped. He had left to search for treasures by himself, but it didn't take long for him to notice the danger around Wang Lin. The disappearance of Master Hollow Wind and company shocked Situ Nin even more. However, he couldn't escape by himself with Wang Lin, so he took the risk to create an opportunity to escape together. When he saw Wang Lin stop, Situ Nin also stopped without hesitation. He coldly stared at the woman in white that was closing in. Wang Lin clasped his hands and calmly asked, "Senior, do you allow us to enter?" The woman in white pondered for a long time before letting out a sigh. She turned around and looked at the hall inside the cave and softly said, "Follow me." With that, the woman in white floated toward the hall. Wang Lin pondered a bit and looked at Situ Nan. Situ Nan's eyes lit up and he slowly said, "This person is a bit strange. If you don't come, then you too can leave. Your companions will be waiting for you outside the cave." The voice of the woman in white rang out faintly. Her figure had already walked out of the hall. With light steps, she blended into the darkness of the hall. Thinking about the change in the woman's expression, Wang Lin revealed a determined gaze and calmly said, "Situ Nan, I'll go in myself." Situ Nan naturally knew that if the two of them went in together, they wouldn't have any chance to resist. He nodded and didn't say anything. There were some things between him and Wang Lin that didn't need to be explained. It was a type of trust. Wang Lin didn't say a word. He turned into a ray of light and charged forward. In the blink of an eye, he arrived outside the palace. After taking a deep breath, Wang Lin raised his foot and stepped into the palace. The hall was completely dark. This kind of darkness not only hindered the naked eye, but it also affected divine sense. It couldn't spread out too much and could only cover a few dozen feet around the body. Wang Lin could vaguely see that there seemed to be several large shadows in the hall that looked like statues. However, it was too dark, so he couldn't see clearly. The hall was completely silent. Only the light footsteps ahead told Wang Lin that the woman in white was gradually disappearing. Just at this moment, the footsteps suddenly disappeared and a faint voice echoed inside the hall. "What is your name?" Wang Lin said. "Wang Lin." "Surnamed Wang." The woman seemed to be talking to herself as she muttered, "It really is surnamed Wang." The hall became quiet once more. Although Wang Lin's expression was normal, his mind was extremely vigilant. The origin energy inside his body surged, and he would immediately counterattack if anything went wrong. In addition, the third eye between his eyebrows appeared. Although it wasn't open, with just a thought, the source origin energy stored inside would be released. Wang Lin dreaded the woman in white. Although he was at the Nirvana Scryer stage and could display the power of a mid-stage Nirvana cleanser cultivator with his ancient god body, Wang Lin knew he wasn't a match for this woman. However, there were some things that he had to do, even if it was dangerous. This was Wang Lin. While pondering, the woman waved her right hand and a ray of crystal light shot out. This crystal light was not ordinary. It was like a firefly in the darkness and immediately shrouded the area in a haze. Borrowing the hazy light, Wang Lin clearly saw the inside of the hall and gasped. The interior of the hall was like a Taoist temple in the mortal world. There were several huge statues, and upon closer inspection, there were a total of 9 statues. Apart from the 8 statues in the 4 corners, there was one statue right in front of them. It was unknown what kind of material the statue was carved from, but it gave off a faint golden glow. However, this golden light was very faint, and the moment it appeared, it was immediately devoured by the surrounding darkness. As a result, it could only be contained inside the statue, giving it a strange feeling. This statue was of a middle-aged man. This man was extremely handsome and had a dignified appearance. His eyes revealed a profound light. He was wearing a yellow robe and gave off an unspeakable sense of nobility. There were 9 purple dragons embroidered on the yellow robe, and they gave off a ferocious appearance. Although it was still, one could still feel the unimaginable ferociousness coming from it. Apart from this, there were also layers of clouds that had been carved into the statue. However, these clouds were not white but black. As the black clouds spread out, the statue of the man immediately gave off a dignified aura. The moment Wang Lin looked at the middle-aged man, Wang Lin's mind rumbled. It was as if an unimaginable aura had landed on his body. This aura was something Wang Lin had never felt before. Whether it was Shimizu, Master Flamespark, or even Tian Yunzi, none of them could compare. Even the mysterious third-step old man from the Luo Tian star system was a bit inferior to Wang Lin. This aura was very strong and formed an invisible impact. Wang Lin only took one look before his body trembled and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He quickly retreated and his origin energy was about to erupt. However, he was shocked to find that his origin energy shrank like a turtle. It was as if he didn't dare to use any of it before this statue. There was an invisible pressure that caused the origin energy in Wang Lin's body to be forcefully suppressed. No matter how much he struggled, it was useless. All the origin energy in the world had to yield before this statue. Wang Lin was terrified. At this moment, he could only hear his own heartbeat echoing like crazy. It was as if all the blood in his body had stopped flowing, but in an instant his blood rushed toward his heart like crazy. This kind of phenomenon was something Wang Lin had never encountered in his 1,300 years of cultivation. However, at this moment, he didn't have time to think about it. His origin energy couldn't move, and as his blood surged, his body began to tremble. An unimaginable pressure wanted to make him kneel on the ground, wanted to make him yield to the might of this statue. Wang Lin's eyes turned red, and he let out a roar as his ancient god power erupted from his body. Ancient gods don't respect the heavens, don't fear the law of Tao, and go against the heavens. They are an ancient clan. The next chapter was a bit later and was still 1,000 words away. It should be finished around 7 o'clock. Chapter 10:10. How could a mere statue make an ancient god yield? The moment the ancient god power filled his body, Wang Lin stood up straight. His gaze was like lightning as he met the statue's eyes for the second time. A rumbling tremor immediately spread through his mind. As Wang Lin trembled, his eyes revealed an unyielding expression. In this world, there is nothing that can make an ancient god submit. The heavenly Tao can't, the rules can't, and you can't either. The ancient god stars between Wang Lin's eyebrows rotated rapidly, and popping sounds came from his body. Although he hadn't transformed into the true body of an ancient god, the strength of his physical body continued to increase as it was compressed. His powerful physical body condensed even more ancient god power, causing Wang Lin's body to become like a mountain. As he stood there, an unyielding aura erupted from him without reservation. It was resisting the pressure coming from the statue. Waves of silent ripples suddenly reverberated through the hall, forming a storm that swept through the hall, causing Wang Lin to retreat once again. As he roared, Wang Lin struggled to stop and stared at the statue. At this moment, he had the vague impression that the statue was alive and was coldly staring at him. Roar! Wang Lin suddenly raised his head and the ancient god roared. The roar of an ancient god shook the heavens and earth. All living beings had to retreat, as they weren't qualified to stand before it. As the roar echoed, the cave outside the hall began to rumble and collapse, as if it couldn't withstand the roar. As the roar echoed, Wang Lin raised his foot and took a ruthless step forward. This step seemed simple, but it was extremely difficult for Wang Lin. Under the unimaginably powerful pressure and the aura that could make one collapse, retreat was the only way out. However, retreating meant surrendering. If he couldn't reverse the situation while retreating, then he would completely submit. An ancient god dared to defy the heavens and the Tao. If he submitted to a mere statue, then Wang Lin wasn't worthy of being a true ancient god. With one step, Wang Lin could even feel a terrifying cracking sound coming from his body. With one step, he was directly resisting the pressure from a statue. There was no room for retreat. However, all of this was in line with the ancient god inheritance in Wang Lin's body. Retreating 10 steps, 100 steps, was retreating. Even if he didn't retreat and struggled to stay where he wasn't defeated, but he was too mediocre. This mediocre meant that he could only follow the will of the heavens. However, taking a step was completely different. This was resistance, defiance. With one step, the majesty of the statue increased dramatically. It was as if there were countless mountains pressing down on Wang Lin, not allowing Wang Lin to resist. With a bang, blood spurted out from the pores on Wang Lin's back. However, his majestic body took another step forward. Wang Lin, am an inverse cultivator. I dare to defy the heavens and defy fate. Today, how can I retreat? Wang Lin's step was against the flow. It was as if he had offended the heavens, and an even more majestic pressure spread out. Those who smell it live in the morning and die in the evening. An inverse cultivator has the heart to defy the heavens and an unyielding will. What is there to fear? The only thing you can do is die. Under this unimaginable pressure, Wang Lin coughed out a large amount of blood. He looked like he was covered in blood, but he let out a long laugh. His laughter was filled with the unyielding will of being the only one in the world. At this moment, Wang Lin's entire body was clear, and all his messy thoughts were cut off. The only thing that remained was defiance. Back then, he took defiance from the demon spirit land. Today, in the same demon spirit land, Wang Lin's defiance, which was sealed by the world, suppressed by the Luo Tian's group, and hidden by his own mind, once again blossomed. Everything was like karma. As he laughed, Wang Lin took another step. The moment he took the third step, the pressure inside the hall disappeared as if it had never appeared. Under the statue, the woman in white silently looked at Wang Lin with a complicated expression. Only Wang Lin's heart-wrenching laughter echoed in the hall as it slowly dissipated. The instant he saw the statue, he had already guessed who it was. His appearance was somewhat similar to Qing Shuang's in the Celestial Pagoda. Also, there was only one person who could give off such a powerful pressure from a mere statue. Celestial Emperor Qing Lin. Wang Lin's back was soaked in sweat. At that moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of danger. If not for his ancient god power, he would have died on the spot. Wang Lin's eyes became cold as he looked at the woman in white. The woman in white lowered her head and softly said, "You have passed the test." Wang Lin calmly said, "Who are you?" "One of the Celestial Emperor's 8 concubines, Flower, concubine Han Yen." The woman raised her head and looked at the statue. Her eyes were filled with gentleness and deep attachment. She let out a faint sigh and waved her jade-like hand. The floor of the hall began to tremble, and the floor tiles began to float into the air. It was as if there was a mysterious force that caused all the floor tiles to float into the air. They formed a strange formation between Wang Lin and the woman in white. Now that there were no more tiles on the ground, it was a scene of starry sky. Countless nebulae filled the darkness, and there were even resplendent stars twinkling. What was even more incredible was that the stars weren't still, but slowly moving. This scene caused Wang Lin's eyes to narrow. This demon spirit land is a celestial cave. It floats among the stars in a special way. What you see is not an illusion. It is real. Enter this transfer array, and you will be able to enter the sealed land. If you have the ability to open it, you can enter the real celestial cave. Is the celestial cave, where Celestial Emperor Qing Lin is in closed-door cultivation. Wang Lin's gaze withdrew from the stars and fell on the formation formed by the floor tiles. The woman in white silently pondered as she looked at the Celestial Emperor statue. After a long time, she softly said, when he returned, he was already injured. Then he was entangled by 2 people from the outer realm. So he opened the celestial cave to heal. Originally, there was no entrance, but he left 4 entrances. If the 4 entrances are opened at the same time, a real passage will appear in the demon spirit land that will lead to his closed-door cultivation place. You have the stop spell, Qing Shuang's corpse, and you're also named Wang, so I won't stop you. Your companions will appear as you wish after entering the transfer array. As the woman in white spoke, she let out a sigh and walked into the depths of the palace. Her figure was filled with loneliness and melancholy in Wang Lin's eyes. Wang Lin quickly asked, "What does someone named Wang mean?" "If there's a chance, you will know." The woman in white's voice was weak as she gradually sank into the darkness. Wang Lin looked into the distance and immediately said, "With Senior's cultivation, why don't you come with me?" The woman in white that had half of her body in the darkness suddenly stopped. With her back toward Wang Lin, she revealed a bitter expression and softly said, "I can't go." With that, her figure completely merged with the darkness and disappeared. In the depths of the palace, where Wang Lin couldn't sense her, the woman in white walked out. The bitterness in her expression was still there as she slowly walked forward. Her body gave off a burst of white light, but this white light fused with the darkness, so it was impossible to see it from the outside. Within the white light, the woman gradually stopped moving, and a green color appeared under her feet. This green color spread out and soon covered her entire body. In the end, with a flash of light, the woman disappeared. What replaced her was an extremely beautiful flower that bloomed in the depths of the palace. The flower imperial concubine is dead. The only thing that remains is a flower celestial. A flower celestial that can't leave this cave. The flower bloomed, but it was beautiful and revealed a sense of sadness. It bloomed in the darkness that no one could see. Wang Lin silently pondered as he looked at the transfer array above him. His body flickered and he stepped into it. However, before he closed in, Wang Lin's gaze fell on the darkness in the distance, as if he had seen something. After he entered the transfer array, it flickered with light, and Wang Lin disappeared. When he reappeared, what appeared in front of Wang Lin was an illusory space. An enormous spell formation was carved into the ground, and in the very center of it was a black stone. After looking around cautiously, Wang Lin walked into the enormous spell formation and arrived in front of the stone. After a moment of thought, he slapped his bag of holding, and the key to the Immortal's cave flew out. As soon as it flew out, it transformed into strands of green smoke that bored into the stone. Instantly, the enormous spell formation on the ground began to glow. Magical symbols floated up from within the spell formation, filling the entire area. The spell formation slowly began to rotate. As the spell formation began to rotate, a strange connection was formed between the spell formation and Wang Lin's mind. Wang Lin's vision blurred, and when it cleared, he could see the entire fourth Immortal's cave. It was as if at this moment, the entire Immortal's cave was under his control, and with a single thought, he could break through any of the restrictive spells and control everything. Aside from the Great Hall, he saw Situ Nan and Master Hollow Wind and company, who were covered by the sea of flowers and had disappeared. With a thought, Master Hollow Wind, the three Chin brothers, Big Head, and Lei Ji all disappeared. In the distance, Situ Nan was frowning. From the moment Wang Lin entered the Great Hall, he had been on guard, and his eyes were cold. Just at this moment, Situ Nan's expression changed. He felt a divine sense sweep past him. This divine sense was very familiar. Wang Lin. Situ Nan's body disappeared without a trace after Wang Lin's divine sense swept by. When he reappeared, he was standing on the giant formation. The cave has been completely opened. Lei Ji, your cultivation level is too low, so stay here and wait for us to return. Wang Lin's voice echoed, and the formation on the ground began to flash violently. At the same time, there was a shocking change in the Demon Spirit Land. Chapter 10:11. In the northern part of the Demon Spirit Land, there was a vast plain. At this moment, a strange change occurred in the sky above the plain. Clouds rolled and gathered from all directions. It was as if a sea of clouds had filled the air. There were even whistling sounds coming from the distant sky. As the sea of clouds gathered, a pillar of light suddenly rose from the plains. This pillar of light seemed to support the entire Demon Spirit Land, and thunderous rumbles echoed as it rose into the sky. Large amounts of ripples echoed, and a powerful impact spread out, causing the clouds to retreat. As such, the pillar of light shot straight into the nine heavens. At the very top of the sky, it turned into rings of light that slowly dispersed. The moment the pillar of light appeared, dense celestial spiritual energy spread out from the pillar of light. In an instant, it covered nearly 30% of the Demon Spirit Land. There were a few ugly black birds flying through the clouds when the celestial spiritual energy swept by. The black birds trembled, and a large amount of black gas came out of their bodies before dissipating with the celestial spiritual energy. The black chi dissipated, and the black birds suddenly transformed into a few white cranes. They were extremely agile, and as they let out joyful cries, they flapped their wings in beautiful arcs and gradually flew off into the distance. The Demon Spirit Land was filled with demonic spiritual energy. This demonic spiritual energy was the source of cultivation for the people of the Demon Spirit Land. As the celestial spiritual energy spread out, a shocking scene appeared in the sky. The demonic spiritual energy that filled the world collided violently with the celestial spiritual energy. It was as if fire and water were incompatible, and a strange change occurred. However, the demonic spiritual energy here was simply too dense. Just the celestial spiritual energy from the pillar of light wasn't enough to resist, and it was quickly suppressed by the surrounding demonic spiritual energy. However, as large amounts of celestial spiritual energy appeared from the pillar of light, the celestial spiritual energy within 50 kilometers couldn't suppress all of the demonic spiritual energy. The area within 50 kilometers was filled with celestial spiritual energy, and the area outside 50 kilometers was filled with demonic spiritual energy. It was as if a balance had formed. The celestial spiritual energy couldn't spread, and the demonic spiritual energy couldn't invade. Just at this moment, in the third cave in the demon spirit land, Ling Tianho, the purple-robed man, and Master Void were sitting next to the formation in the third cave. Ling Tianho's eyes opened and shined brightly. Without any hesitation, his right hand reached out and a crack appeared before him. Large amounts of green smoke came out, and the key to the cave appeared. It took him less than 7 days to open the fourth cave. The old man thought he overestimated Wang Lin, but now it looks like he underestimated him. Back then, it took me nearly a month to open the third cave. Ling Tianho silently pondered as he pointed at the black stone at the center of the formation. Immediately, the green smoke swirled around the black stone and quickly fused into it. With a shake of the black stone, the array was activated. The west side of the demon spirit land belonged to the spirit demon country. At this moment, the sky changed greatly, and the clouds gathered to form a pillar of light. As the pillar of light created a shockwave, the shockwave spread out endlessly. The pillar of light charged into the sky, creating a thunderous rumble. Dense celestial spiritual energy spread out and collided with the demonic spiritual energy in the demon spirit land once more. At this moment, the north and west pillars of light seemed to shine, and their strength increased like crazy. They attempted to break through the 50-kilometer blockade and expand outward. At the same time, in the south, as the celestial spiritual energy and demonic spiritual energy collided, another pillar of light shot into the sky. It spat out even more celestial spiritual energy, and a battle between celestial and demonic spiritual energy began in the demon spirit land. The All-Seer was sitting in the lotus position inside the second cave as he looked at the opening formation. His expression was calm, but there was a flash of mysterious light in his eyes. 7 days. Tian Yunzi silently pondered. It was impossible to see if he was happy or angry, or what he was thinking. The appearance of the 3 pillars of light in the demon spirit land caught the attention of a majority of the powerful cultivators in the demon spirit land. The drastic change in the demonic spiritual energy terrified them. The demon spirit land that hadn't changed in countless years seemed to undergo an unimaginable change when the 3 pillars of light appeared. The celestial spiritual energy from the 3 pillars of light continued to spread out and split into 3 battlefields. The celestial spiritual energy continued to collide with the demonic spiritual energy. Aside from the eastern part of the demon spirit land, the entire sky above the demon spirit land was filled with colorful light. However, the demonic spiritual energy here had accumulated for countless years and was simply too much. As a result, the celestial spiritual energy from the 3 pillars of light was obviously not enough to shake the entire demon spirit land. Inside the first cave, the celestial cloud couple calmly stood next to the seal. There was a large formation under their feet. Although Wang Wei's expression was neutral, there was a hint of uncontrollable excitement in his eyes. He took a deep breath and muttered, "This day has finally arrived." Huan stood beside him. She held Wang Wei's hand and softly said, "This time we will succeed. After planning for so long, we must succeed this time." Wang Wei nodded. Behind the 2 of them was a purple shadow that gave off a fierce aura. It gave off an aura that Wang Lin was very familiar with. Demon Spirit Land. Who knows that this place used to be called the Celestial Spirit Heaven Realm? Wang Wei let out a sigh as he raised his right hand and hit the black stone inside the formation. The black stone shined brightly and activated the formation. Demonic spiritual energy is tormenting the world. Today, let the world reappear. Wang Wei's eyes shined brightly. A pillar of light suddenly shot out from the eastern part of the demon spirit land. It connected with the heavens, and endless celestial spiritual energy spread out like crazy. At this instant, the four pillars of light in the north, south, east, and west of the demon spirit land changed greatly. They intersected and formed a giant formation. Large amounts of celestial spiritual energy surged out, and it was several times denser than before. The celestial spiritual energy turned into a storm that swept across the demon spirit land. Wherever the celestial spiritual energy swept by, the dark red earth seemed to have been wiped away, revealing a black earth filled with the fragrance of the earth. As the storm swept past, the demonic plants all over the place revealed tender green sprouts. As the celestial spiritual energy storm swept through the endless forest, all the demonic spiritual energy was expelled. The demonic trees in the forest trembled and returned to their original appearance. They became giant trees. Even some of the fierce beasts in the forest trembled when the celestial spiritual energy swept by. A black tiger with a single horn was lying on the ground. Its eyes revealed a ghostly glow as it stared ahead. Saliva flowed out from the corner of its mouth. Before was a group of small deer filled with demonic spiritual energy. These deer were completely purple and were biting each other without any signs of docility. Just as the black tiger was about to pounce, the celestial spiritual energy swept by. It was as if a gust of wind had swept away all the demonic spiritual energy. The demonic trees were no longer there, and the red grass on the ground returned to its original green color. The deer that were biting each other trembled and lay on the ground. The purple color on their bodies gradually faded and returned to their original colors, giving off the aura of a celestial. The black tiger that was about to pounce began to tremble as it let out a roar. The horn on its head collapsed and dissipated. Its black body instantly turned white and was surrounded by celestial spiritual energy. The ferocious aura was no longer there and was replaced with a sense of intelligence. As the celestial spiritual energy swept by, the demonic feeling in the forest completely changed. From a distance, it looked like a celestial realm. Although the small river outside the forest was clear, the water was filled with demonic spiritual energy. If one ate it for a long time, demonic spiritual energy would naturally gather in one's body and change one's physique. Even the fish in the river became strange under the invasion of the demonic chi. The palm-sized fish often had sharp teeth that could easily tear a mortal to shreds. However, as the celestial spiritual energy swept by, it was as if the fog was being swept away. Not only did the river become even clearer, but it also gave off a gentle aura. Even the river water became sweeter. The fish inside trembled and changed from their ferocious appearance to 7 colored ones. They began to play with each other. If one looked from above, they would clearly see that the entire demon spirit land was changing as the celestial spiritual energy swept by. It was as if this world was supposed to be like this. However, countless years ago, because of an unforeseen event, this place had become the demonic domain. Now, as the 4 pillars of light opened, celestial chi once again appeared in this place, quickly dispelling the demonic chi that had tainted this place. All the darkness on the earth was replaced by light, like snow melting. The demonic spiritual energy was pushed back. It was as if the demonic spiritual energy covering the demon spirit land had been lifted, revealing the true appearance inside. All the cities in the demon country and all the demon spirit tribes changed as the celestial chi swept by. Everyone revealed expressions of pain and fell to the ground as if they couldn't stand straight. Waves of demonic spiritual energy came out of their bodies and were swept away by the celestial spiritual energy. These people that had accumulated a lot of demonic spiritual energy awakened once more. There was no demonic spiritual energy around them, only celestial spiritual energy and confusion. As the four pillars of light continued to release celestial spiritual energy, the celestial spiritual energy became even more dense. As it swept by, even the sky gradually became clear. All of the demonic spiritual energy seemed to dissipate before this dense, celestial spiritual energy. As far as the eye could see, there were mountains and rivers, cranes flying in the sky, and spirit beasts roaring. There were no more demon spirits on the earth. Celestial spirit heaven realm. However, in this celestial spirit heaven realm that had recovered, there were still a few places where the demonic spiritual energy was as solid as a rock. No matter how much celestial spiritual energy charged at them, they wouldn't budge. In the celestial spirit heaven realm, inside a pool of water in a valley, a demonic face appeared. It stared at the celestial spiritual energy sweeping by and revealed a ghostly gaze. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.